It's only just a reminder route, kids. Okay, okay, wrap it up. Let's go. I didn't notice that until today. So the problem with that assertion, where it's like, okay, you know, wrap it up, let's go, you know, like it is at the Oscars, is you assume that I give a shit. Yeah, save. Okay, everything is saved. We're good. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. It's me, Stream Tom. Oh, I didn't turn on any of my lights. I'm literally sitting in like pitch black dark. Whoopsie. Hold the phone. I'm turning all the lights on. Hold on. We're turning the lights on. Yo, what's up, Domo? Hey, what's up, Horse? How you guys doing? How are all of you doing? It's me, Stream Tom. Today I bring you news. You might be like, whoa, news? What news hath you bring, Squire? And I got a couple pieces of news. Piece of news number 1. It's hot. Yeah. Outside? Oh my god, it's hot. I was outside catching Pokemon. I caught the exceedingly rare Jangamo. I don't know why it was outside. It was just outside. It's super rare dragon type Pokemon, and I found it outside. But again, it's like really hot. So I'm like tremendously out of shape. I've still been working on it, trying to get outside, trying to get some get that physical exercise. The problem is the past like 2 weeks I've spent pretty much every single day inside. And I have to spend every day inside because the smoke outside would destroy my lung tissue. Today, we're low on the smoke warning. I actually got to do a smoke check. Quebec wildfire. How's that going? Quebec forest fire situation continues to improve with rain. Oh, nice. Sick. Okay, cool. So if you live in Quebec, please don't light any fires, but we just need a little bit more rain and everything should be good. Anyway, that's great. Good to hear. There's also a heat wave right now, so it's you got to be careful. Like there did rain come down, but there's like a bit of a heat wave. So, anyways, so with the smoke going away, or at least being lower than normal, I then get the magical opportunity of being able to go outside and get some physical exercise. So I did. So I went outside. I got some exercise. I feel good today. Also, I skipped coffee today. And you might be like, wait, Strim Tom, you skipped coffee? What? Because I use Rogue Energy, that's right. Thank you, Horse. You picked up on that right there. Boom, I used my Rogue Energy today. I've never actually skipped coffee and just had Rogue Energy. I've always like done coffee in the morning and then had Rogue later. Man. I know that sounds stupid. I know that sounds stupid, but I'm just like, I'm a creature of habit. So it's like, you know, coffee in the morning before having something like sugary. But the thing is, you know, so that's why I never drank, like some people do like Red Bull or Monster Energy drink in the morning. But I can't do it with the sugar. But Rogue Energy has no sugar in it. So it was perfectly easy for me to drink right around breakfast time. And I feel great. It's just all the caffeine that I need. Which actually made me need to buy more Rogue Energy.
Walking outside feels like walking on the sun, but at least I have this cool stream to watch.
That's right, Axlet. And you also got hit with a boom, brand new stream alert. I don't know if you guys heard that. That's Peter Pipega is now part of our stream. He's eternal. God, that's fantastic. Anyway, I'm good. Should put Rogue in your coffee? That's a bad idea. But welcome back to Stream Team Axlet for 29 months. Why you return, I don't know. Anyways, I got a new flavor of Rogue called Strawberry Mango. Mango. I don't know what it's going to taste like, but I bought it, so I'll let you know. Peter Pipega. But yeah, so now I've got the Peter Pipega. So I'm excited. It's cool. But yeah, coupon code STREAM, 20% off Rogue Energy. It's a good product, and it's inexpensive, and it works. So that's why I recommend it, and I like it. You'd think I'd have a better reason or excuse than that, but nope. That's it. Anyways, today, my goal here is to make some more officers. I require officers who volunteers. I'm just going to hit him with the exclamation points in here to see if they got it. You see, Hound's Pox. Okay, you got to stay alive. You got to stay alive. You know, I like your rambunctiousness and your attitude because you know what? Every time I ask somebody to be an officer, it's always Hounds that shows up. Hounds is like, you got it. I'm on it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get that promotion. But it's like every time. Keep that blood in your body. That's all you need. Keep that blood in the old body. Roanoke, you got it. And I feel great today, and I'm excited. Also, I'm going to kill my entire party in pen and paper. They're all going to die today, which I'm very excited about. So I have D&D tonight, and they're all going to die. I can show you guys the details of how brutally they're going to die. They have no idea. At first I was like, oh man, I don't know if I'm going to like make it that hard because I kind of want the part B to be harder. But no, I definitely made it too hard. Can I show you guys? I gotta show you guys. Hold on. Player check. Nope, they're not here yet. Okay, you guys are gonna see the sneak peek. Some of you guys may not like this or find this boring, but you're gonna see the sneak peek. Okay, so basically, can I hide this? Is there like a hide button? Oh. So basically, we have this dungeon. Now, if you look at this dungeon layout, okay, you're gonna look at this and you're gonna be like, I don't know exactly what this is, but you should know what this is because this right here is the interdiction lens, and this is the quest where you have to go in. And there's like, do you follow the Warforged? He goes around, right, and he comes up here, and the Storm Reaver comes in, he fights, and then you go up here and you interdiction lens. So then there's part 2 where you're supposed to come in through the back door and come and protect the lens, but it turns out it's actually already broken. You got to get it fixed, and yada yada yada, which is what's going to happen. But in these quests, you fight monsters. Now, I had to look up what the monsters were because I didn't know. And it turns out the monsters that you fight are down here. These bad boys. These guys are just off camera, so they're outside the wall, so they can't see them. I can move them in on here. And these are the inspired warriors, the inspired cultist wizards, the inspired sorcerers, and the inspired war priests. Ludicrous, welcome back to the stream team. Preach to having a fantastic day.
Make that change and you'll be good.
Damn, it's 32 months. It's crazy. But now, here's the thing. You might say, okay, well, wait, look at these health bars. Look at this. What is this? What is this? 200 hit points on all of these. That's a lot of hit points to throw at. They're level 18 now. They should be able to handle this, but maybe they can't. You see, kids, I have all my monsters. Oh, I have so many monsters. Oh my god, I have so many monsters. If I unfold all these, it's too much. Anyway, so I have my warriors. Are my warriors dangerous? They got this Crysteel swords. The inspired come with Crysteel daggers. Plus 18 to hit. Friggin' a d6 plus 8 and 3 d6 force damage. I'm excited. I'm excited to hit him with it. But that's not the dangerous part. Melee characters, you can kite those guys. You can do whatever. It's not a big deal. You know what's scary? You know what's really scary? The cultist wizards. Why are the cultist wizards scary? Because the cultist wizards get 8 level spells. He's got Sunburst, Incendiary Cloud, Power Word Stun, Finger of Death, Reverse Gravity, Prismatic Spray. I don't know. Look at all this magic. That's going to be dangerous. But you know what's even more dangerous than that? The sorcerers. Why are the sorcerers dangerous? Because they get Meteor Swarm, Sunburst, Incendiary. I'm trying to base it off of DDO and what they cast, and that's what they cast. So I was like, I guess. And you might be like, oh, is that really that dangerous? Yeah, because Meteor Swarm does 20 d6 fire and bludgeoning, and I can throw multiple sorcerers at them. So they can have multiple sorcerers. There's gonna be like so many sorcerers they fight at the same time. Terrifying. And then I have the war priests, who are also clerics, who get spells like Mass Heal and Power Word Heal, as well as Anti-Magic Field and Holy Aura to just completely disrupt them. So anyways, there's a very high chance they're gonna die today, and I'm very excited. Anyway, I just wanted to share that because I wasn't gonna make it as hard, and it's brutal, dude. It's gonna be brutal.
So much sorcerers, so much death.
Yep. Anyway, I'm excited, and I can't wait to tell you guys how it goes. It might go fine. Honestly, it might go fine, but I kind of went a little...
Does Mass Heal take 3 turns to cast like in DDO?
No, it does not. Oh, how long did it take me to make that map? Did I close that? Yeah, I did. That was stupid of me. That map? Now, to be fair, that map, I used the original map for it. So I'll show you. Okay. So I use the program Incarnate to do the drawing. So here's the map. This is what it looks like. But wait, this doesn't look like that map because it's not. This is different. This is the original map they used for the original Eye of the Titan. So I basically draw the map as a baseline, right? So I use like all these different tools. Don't worry about all these lines and all these ugly things. Basically, the wall just sticks out, and then I change the visibility so they can't see it. So to them, it just looks like clean wall, but on the back end, it's sort of like, you know, if a designer will like have two walls, they intersect. So, but you can't see it. So on the inside, it looks like two walls, but on the outside, the walls keep going and stuff. It's all the stuff that's hidden from view. So it's right here. But I need to make this under the map. So what I did is then I just took that same map and I added some more rocks to make it more caved in. I added some other objects because they've been built in and they worked on it. I added like broken pieces. I also made the map darker, so it like look more dirty. So like I added like a couple filters to make everything like a little bit darker, get rid of some of the color, added some more rocks and stuff, moved some pieces around, and then I just had to layer stuff on top of that. I also put like a hole in the wall here is like a crack, and this is where they're going to be coming in when they actually get there. Yeah, not that one, this one. Yeah, so this one, it's not exactly the same. It's not like a one-to-one, because like this is basically just like a straight line, and I wanted to have it kind of have a little bit more going on, but it's like close enough. So it's like close enough. So instead of it going like straight up, and then you can kind of see around the corner, instead it does like a bit of a curvature, and then it goes up there, which is like what I was kind of going for. I don't like that. So yeah. But yeah. It's fun. At some point, what I'm going to do when I'm done, I take it, sort of. The encounters that they're going to be dealing with along the way are going to be, well, it's basically if you've done the quest, then you've seen it before. You have to have done the quest. If you haven't done the quest, it's they're doing Reclaiming Memories, so it should be good. But yeah, I will be, once I'm done, I'm going to take all of my maps that I drew, I'm going to make them available for you guys. So if you're out there and you want to make a D&D or a DDO based pen and paper campaign and you want to use some of my maps because they're already drawn, I already did it, I'll put them available for you guys if you want to use them for free, in case people want them. They're not perfect, but yeah. 3D maps come with D&D Beyond. Every DM hate their life. Yes, that'd be the worst. They do Eye of Titan? They did, yep. They did both. Well, they're doing Reclaiming Memories today. Technically, they're doing like I'm combining, there's Reclaiming Memories, and there's another one that's on there. I can't remember the name of the other one, but where you have to like go in and break the mines under. And I have to combine them together. So I'm combining both those adventures together at the same time. So there's actually there's a jungle section outside I didn't show you. But yeah. There's this nonsense. I love to learn. Of course, an airship. An airship made out of furniture. It's genius. Anyways, like I said, I'm excited. I'm feeling good, and I want to get to it. I love Dungeons and Dragons. I love sharing Dungeons and Dragons. I love talking about Dungeons and Dragons. So, if you guys ever want to chit-chat about the old D&D, which is what I've said previously to this, you know, that's why we have like the DM advice column. It's basically just say, hey, do you have a question, or are you curious about something with regards to D&D? I have a lot of experience. Am I the best dungeon master in the world? Absolutely not. The thing I struggle with the most, this is my biggest weakness, is individual player stories. I am good at making stories that encompass everyone. I'm good at encompassing every character's point of view in the story, but I'm not good at doing delineated character-driven stories. So what I mean by that is I can make sure that everything I know about the characters that are given to me, like say the players are from this disparate group of people, if they all give me a backstory, I will make sure that their characters have explicit reasons as to why they want to be in the places that they're being. That is something I'm good at. What I am not good at is if somebody has a story they want their character to take that is separate from the rest of the players, is that something I'm very, very bad at. And some people want that. They want to have like their own individual character arc within the story as opposed to their own arc within the story. They want it out of the story, like if that makes sense. And I'm not good at that. Some people are. I am very bad at that. So yeah, it's a rough one.
So you are telling me that they did Eye of the Titan and you didn't have them hardlock the entire campaign due to killing the enemies to quickly match?
No, because I actually skipped that bug by making the golem thing actually kill everything. It killed all the bad guys fast. So it just went through and just smacked down all the giants and shot everything. Yeah, it's patched. It was patched in my game. Sorry. Do you guys not have it patched? Big mistake. Yeah, you gotta patch that. Patch that bug. All right. Well, with that being said, hello everybody. Welcome back to Dungeons and Dragons Online Dark Hunter Solo Guided Playthrough episode. I don't know because I'm on 4 on YouTube, and we're level 22 now. Oh Jesus. Anyways, we're going to continue through Epics. Epics is kind of sketchy, because there are tons of moments where monsters just, like, instantly kill you if you forget about a certain effect. Also, Death Ward becomes essential. And I don't have the ability to cast it inherently on myself. However, sometimes the Epic Hirelings can. So we have, no, Cure Serious Wounds, Judgment. Do none of these guys have the ability to cast Death Ward Mass? That is just depressing, dude. Is it just Garrett? Yeah, it's just Garrett at 25. Amazing. Even Weo can't do it. Weo. Yeah, all these favorite souls can't. It's just Energy Drain, Death Pact, Greater Res, Mass Heal, True Resurrection, Judgment. Wow. I'm gonna have to go get a old school hireling. Because in this next section I will absolutely need it. For some reason level 23 soul isn't marked as epic. They might. Did they sell it here? They might, honestly. If they sell it here, I can get it. If not, I have to go back to the harbor and go get it. Oh, yeah. We have Albus with Mass Death Ward. Good call on the Albus. I'm gonna grab like 3 of this guy. When I get to 25, we'll be replacing him with the level 25 hireling, because the level 25 hireling is quite good. But until then, we'll be using Albus. So I got all these spells. Okay, cool. We got all the quests. Let's go to the Demon Web. A lot about how epic enemies can insta-kill. Yeah, the thing you have to remember is that when you get into the higher you get into heroics, the slower everything kills you. Like, they will kill you, but they kill you slower. Like, there's less burst damage. But then when you get into epics, the damage jumps up quite heavily. So you immediately start from monsters doing base, 40 damage to base 100 damage. And it can just be a bit of a shocker if you're not ready for it, which is why you need to make sure you have the hit points. Or better 21 level hirelings. Yeah, but to be fair, it's not like it's something that they're ignoring or not changing. The reason why I say that is because they are going to be updating it, or they have been updating it in the future. Actually, before I get to that point, I'm going to show you how to do the Demon Web. So, I don't know how to explode the Demon Web, and you don't either. How do you explode the Demon Web? What you do is you open up the Demon Web, and you look for the bridge. See this bridge? It's not always going to spawn. But the webs in here are randomly generated. So sometimes the web bridges will be here, sometimes they won't. You want this web bridge, and you're going to follow this web bridge as I do here. If you don't get this web bridge, go out, reset the adventure, come back in.
It's a little late to try to finish what started back in
Jeez. Like, stop moving entirely. Cool.
But
But yeah, so they actually are updating some of the hirelings. The level 25, 27, and 30 hirelings all were given more hit points. I wouldn't be surprised if they also updated some of the lower level hirelings as well to make them better in the game. See what the get on sales tomorrow is the last week of summer sales, and who's ready to be disappointed that probably won't include the Traveler's Trunk. To be fair, they did have Traveler's Trunks like on sale at the beginning of the year already, and they were like 75% off, and I bought like 100. It was pretty good. And Hearts and Eagle and Hardcore, best season yet. Top it off. Rain even started challenge yesterday and looted a +4 Charisma Tome. Yo, congrats! Oh, that's awesome, dude. A +4 Charisma Tome? I don't think I've ever like just ripped a +4 tome on Hardcore before. That's awesome. Congrats, man. I don't recall this stream. I think you lie. No, I bought a whole bunch of them. I have like 10 Traveler's Trunks sitting on the regular server. Like, I do tell a lot of lies. That's one of my worst qualities. But, no, I'm in this case, I'm telling you the truth. Oh, I don't need this anymore. Ho ho. Right. +8 Dex Tome. Hey, that's pretty good. Actually able to pick locks and disable traps, maybe.
Hey, Brian here.
Hey, what's
Was
up?
at a gas station. You being a previous manager, why is there a sign saying hand washing only at bathroom sink?
Because the best part about the gas station, all gas stations, is that a lot of, like, pretty much everybody drives a car at some point. As a result, you need to make sure you appeal to the lowest common denominator to ensure that you don't have people putting their hands in the toilet and urinals to wash their hands. That's why you have hand washing only in the sink. Alternatively, in case that means a different thing, I don't know if there's a picture that's there that could help you out. There's also the alternative where if you work at a gas station, lots of people who have muddy boots will show up. And people with muddy boots will wash their boots in the sink as well, leaving just mud all over the sink. To solve this puzzle, you can use your brain to solve it, or you can use the shroud solver, which is very helpful, which is what I'm going to do here. So what I do is I just go onto the shroud solver, just like Google it, and then I look at my puzzle here, and I go, okay, put this up there, and then edit this, and it looks like this here. Wow. And then I hit solve, and the computer says, oh, just do that? Oh, okay, no problem. And then we can, and then I can solve it real quick and easy. That's how you do that. You can also solve it yourself using your brain. I don't know how to do that. Thought the meant that the water in the sink was for human consumption. Realistically, all of those answers are probably correct, because you should just use the sink for washing your hands, but the fact that there's a sign is, again, just a factor of the human condition.
Hey Strim,
hey.
If you ran a gas station, would the employees come to wash my hands like the employees must wash hands sign says?
Would the employees come to wash hands like they say? Well, one of the magical parts about working at, like, a gas station is you oftentimes, like, worked alone for the most part. Like, you didn't really have other people that you're working with, so it's usually a trade-off. That's a great question. I have no idea if anybody that worked for me actually washed their hands. I assume that they did. They went to the bathroom. Oh. They show up, and you go, okay, cool, good job, and you see you later. There's, like, no overlap. Alright, so a lot of monsters in here being immune to poison, or at least those other guys being immune to poison and acid is very annoying. Oh, the employees wash your hands? Oh, no. You have to wash your own damn hands. You guys, go away. I'm trying to solve a puzzle. OP in the sinks. Yeah, people do all sorts of weird things. I don't know why people get inspired to do the things that they do on the regular day. I can't be too judgmental because, like, I've done things that are also not that intelligent before. But yeah, some people just kind of, they just do things that you don't always expect. Are you carrying a weapon for its stats? Yep. I'm a spellcaster, so I'm using a spellcasting weapon. So I have the Scepter of Impulse. It gives me kinetic lore, which gives me, like, spell crit, impulse, which is spell damage for my force spells, of which I'm casting lots of them, and insightful spell force spell power, which gives me even more spell power for my force spells that I cast. I don't hit people with it, but it does give me tons of spell stats. Okay. Oh, it's probably not that hard. I could also take the time to learn, but, like, yeah, it doesn't take me that long. Yo, what's up, Dewitchy? How you doing? Hey, how are you feeling today? Okay, so that's 1, and that's 2. Maybe wondering why I'm actually solving this puzzle instead of doing the skip through the whole thing. 1, I haven't done a skip through the entire thing in, like, years. I've just been kind of doing the puzzle, because it's really not that bad if you actually just fight your way through the quest in terms of total time spent. Because you get a bunch of XP for actually solving all the little puzzles, so it's kind of worth it. No! How did I miss all of them? They just straight up ran over here. Why'd you guys come over here? What was the point of that? What is happening? Where's your motivation to go where you're going? I don't understand how that programming works. Is negative better than force? So I'm going to give you the answer that everybody loves. It's my favorite answer to every question in Dungeons & Dragons Online, which is, it depends. Can be. One of the benefits of negative damage is that a lot of negative spells have secondary effects. So, for example, a lot of negative spells also have, like, level draining effects and other things attached to them. So they can be better in certain capacities. However, about half of all monsters, actually probably more than half of all monsters in DDO, are completely immune to negative damage. Because constructs are immune, and undead are immune. And immune bad, because that means your damage goes from whatever the number it was, no matter, even if it's infinity, to 0. So you gotta be careful about that. Force damage is non-resisted. So while it doesn't scale as well as the other damage types, it can never be resisted. And since it can never be resisted, it means that it's never bad. Yeah. Are you questioning DDO AI? Yes. Final boss is a big game. Like a big game, only get killed a couple seconds of Flitter, Steel, and Holy Fire. Yeah, he's not going to die fast to me. Demons don't really take poison damage, which is a good chunk of the damage that I deal, so it's gonna take a while. Force damage, true, is rarely resisted. There are a few monsters that do. Helmed Horrors heal from force damage. They're the only monsters in the game that do. And words. And golems take half from force because they take half from all magic. Oh, and Avatar of Dwiblex. True. Yep, that's another one. Classic Avatar of Dwiblex. If you're like, what is the Avatar of Dwiblex? It's a single monster in the Quest of the Pit. It's an optional. Back more towards force then? Not necessarily. And again, this is where I'm going to bring up the DDO classic. It depends. The best damage types in the game are elemental damage types because they have the best damage spells. Outside of that, you then have the alignment-based damage types because they're almost never resisted. After that, you have negative, which is good because negative allows you to, like, there's a lot of specific scaling negative things. For example, Pale Masters are negative. It scales their healing and their damage. Necrotic Ray is one of the best damage spells in the game. Necrotic Blast is an amazing wizard spell. So there's, like, a lot of reasons to scale negative. And then you have force damage, which is kind of like the worst spell type in the game, technically, because it has some of the worst spells. Because, like, you also have to consider the fact that, like every spell does a different amount of damage. So, like, to put it in perspective, this spell that I'm casting, this Fan of Shadowblades, does less damage than Fireball. Fireball is, like, one of the basic spells you get on a wizard. You get it, like, level 5. So, you know, like, by contrast, can you fucking stop doing that? Oh my god, this guy's turning around. What the heck? Sorry. Anyway, think about wizard. If you get to level 5 on a wizard, you have a force spell, Chain Missile, and Fireball as your 2 spell options. Chain Missile does a d4 plus 1 to 10 different creatures, or basically 10 d4s plus 1 damage. 10 d4s plus 1, it's okay. You know, it's 10 d4s plus 10, basically, in terms of damage, which, on average, is about 25 damage, something like that. No, 35 damage when you cast it. So that spell's going to do about 35 points of damage. It's not crazy. 35 points of damage isn't terrible, so, you know, but 35 is not the biggest amount of damage you could possibly do. Consider Fireball, which does 1d6 plus 3 damage. So when you get it, Fireball is going to be dealing 6.5 damage per level, or if we compare it at the same level, 65 damage. So 65 damage is a lot higher than 35. However, the 35 damage on Chain Missile hits one target. Fireball hits everything. So I could do 35 damage to one target with Chain Missile, or I could hit everybody in the room for 65, making Fireball better in pretty much every single case in the entire game. Because it's an elemental spell, and force spells are generally bad. Is a caster spell, so it eats more SP? Yeah, it can. But eventually you get to the point where, like, the spells are so bad. Like, for example, there's, like, the Magic Missile you get, the level 1 Magic Missile. That, eventually, the monsters will start to have so many hit points that that spell won't help you anymore. Because you'll run out of mana casting that instead of a better spell. Does that kind of make sense? So again, it's going to depend. But this champ to kill our champ? No. I'm not going to die. So the answer is, spell casting is complicated, but there are many factors. The mana cost of a spell. How much damage does the spell do? What spell damage type does it deal? What is it area of effect? Is it single target? There are a lot of factors you need to think of when you look at, like, the power of a single spell. Please tell me he's not... Oh, good. He's not immune to both acid and poison. This fight was going to take forever. Leave Albus alone. Can't hit me, so it's fine. That's gonna take a while. If only there were a way. There is a way, I just don't have it. If only I was... If I was a Blightcaster or an Alchemist, I could. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is a lot of spells aren't bad. They're just not nearly as good as the good spells. Oh, yeah, the spell tier list? That'll honestly help you probably a lot. Previous build sites to shut the previous site. And Terminator, exclamation point builds. It brings you to the new repository, which also is a link to the old repository with fully working links. So the link that Sprinkles just brought up, that will bring you to the new repository, which also contains links to the old repository with everything fully functioning. And that's where you can find it. So bookmark that new page. That's where all the new ones go. Damage type are numerous. One damage type generally. But like there are exceptions. There are a lot of rules in DDO and a lot of exceptions, and you would think, oh, well, the exceptions outnumber the rule. No, no, no. There's just a lot of both. Like, there's so many rules and so many exceptions. It's kind of hard to, like, nail anything down to one concrete thing. But it is the nature of these things. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is a trick. I can't really do damage to these guys, and I'm out of mana, so I'm just going to jump off this. And in doing so, by falling out of the bottom using the block key to ignore the feather falling effect, I'm back at the beginning. And I'm done. You know, fun. So much variety, so many bad choices to make. Exactly. Okay, so now you're done this quest. How do I get to the next one? It's right over here. And again, that's why that opening bridge is so good, because you just walk to all of them. So, like, for example, my character is a pure force build. 100% force, only force damage. What does the majority of my damage? Acid and poison, because I need Primal Avatar for the leveling process, because my spells don't do enough damage and don't scale hard enough until I get a feat at level 24 that increases the spell damage of my spells.
I must have more. More worlds.
See how life is complicated? What's up, Danik? How you doing?
The grand tapestry of destruction and survival that you see around you. Bask in the glory of my works.
The Yugoloth Yimerus stands on the next rise.
So, like, Sorcerer basically does one damage type when you're playing. They might also do Cold or Sonic, but it's almost exclusively the one damage type that they're doing. Alchemists also are single type damage characters, so they pretty much only do their own damage type. Druids also are largely one single damage type. Druids are either going to be acid or cold, with having force damage on the side, because a lot of their spells do split damage. Similarly, Druids and Alchemists both pick up positive spell power for healing, because they have healing spells. You know what I should do? I should get you to do this, and I should get me to go like this. I cannot wait until I get level 23. Yep. Yeah, what's up, Bazgoth? How you doing?
The shattered remnants of some fallen kingdom.
Shadowblade's feat, that's correct. It's the plus 10 cast level feat to Shadowblades. Shadowblades don't say that they have maximum cast level 20, but they do. Which, by the way, when people go like, oh, geez, SSG always listens to stream. I have been yelling at Sandstone Games to please include that the maximum cast level is 20 on these spells since the release of this tree from Feywild in 2021. It's been 2 years. If SSG listened to everything I say, that would be done. So there's your pure proof that they don't listen to me all the time. Oh, look closer. UMD? Oh, I'm a UMD god. Apparently not. Whoa! That hurt. I hate Polar Ray. Even in Epics, where I've got like more health and more resistances, Polar Ray still blows. I am silenced. I like that. Fortunately, I don't cast any spells, so it's fine. I don't care about silence. So, hit 30 for the first time ever? Congratulations, dude! That's exciting. Getting level 30 is awesome. It's like a huge milestone. Dual shields in DDO like in Dark Souls? Oh, shit. Does anyone have that clip? Oh, someone's got to have that clip. You know, I got to have that clip. Give me a sec. hold on. It's got to be in here. Yeah, I'm trying to find the clip. Is this a clip? No. Is this a clip? No. Is this a clip? No. Where's the clip? Damn it. I can't find it. I will find it at some point. But anyway, there's a clip where I'm in Dark Souls and there's these two monsters. It's Dark Souls 2. And they have giant shields. Is this... That's not the clip. And they both have giant shields, and they're dual-wielding shields. And there I am, completely tanked. Barely functional. I'm like borderline unconscious because I've had too much to drink. Because I used to play a game called Drink Souls, where every time I would heal from my Estus flask, I would also drink from the alcoholic beverage on my desk. I don't do that anymore because I don't want to do that on Twitch anymore. It's like, after my channel got partnered, I was like, maybe I shouldn't do that anymore. But I did it for a while, and so there I am, barely able to play the game in any capacity. I was borderline non-functional. And there are these dual-wield shield guys that can't pose any threat to me because of how terrifyingly bad that concept is. As a general idea, it, like, you know, doesn't work. It's useless, terrible, awful, awful concept. I will never be in support of dual-wield shields ever. Ever, 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 ever. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. You will never have me sign on. If you want dual-wield shields, you guys got to advocate for yourself. One shield? Sure. Two shields? Why? You're off balance. You've got no balance. You don't have a pivot point. I would love to have shields as a favorite weapon, for sure. That'd be awesome. Dual wield? No, 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 no. I'll find that clip somewhere eventually. It's not this clip. Reincarnated from human cleric free to play to a sub race. I assume I will not be able to play that character again until I resub. That is correct. Yes. Divine Crusader does not give you shield as favored weapon. The wording is really confusing. Tomb in the Tomb? Yeah, that's the one. But yeah, there is, that is not what that ability does. That's what it reads like it does. It's very close. It gives you, it counts as a favored weapon for the purposes of the abilities in the tree, not as a favored weapon. The reason why that matters is it means it doesn't take on any of your War Priest abilities. It doesn't count as a favored weapon for, like, your damage effects out of Favored Soul, and it doesn't work for War Priest or Knight of the Chalice. So, yeah. And look closer and concentrate. Yeah. If they did change that, that'd be cool, but yeah. They could just also just add a shield-based religion. I'm sure there probably is one. Do it. Wasn't tied to Divine Crusader. Yeah, so one of the things I will say about Vanguard is that a lot of people will disregard Vanguard because it does less damage than, you know, the other combat styles. But you have to remember that Vanguard does less damage than the other damage styles, but it has the consequence of also giving you a shield at the same time, which is very cool. Captain are dual-wielded shields. So, there's like the, I don't know if this is in the comic books, because I don't read comic books. I'm some type of nerd. Get out of here. But what I can tell you is that in the movie, I think it was like, was it Endgame or something? No, Infinity War. He's like all grizzled or whatever. He's unshaven, and he's got like the dual wield shields on his hand. The thing is, they are sort of shields, but they're more or less like claw weapons. They have like points on the end for stabbing as well as blocking at the same time. I don't know if there's a name for that type of weapon in particular. It reminds me of the weapon in Path of Exile, the Advancing Fortress, which is a similar styled weapon. It's basically a weapon that is also a shield at the same time. Comic book weapon? I mean, like I didn't read the comic book, but the Advancing Fortress. Yeah, let me show you. So this weapon in Path of Exile is like a claw weapon. So it's a claw so you hold it like underneath. So it's like basically like a shield, but it's got a claw at the same time. So it gives you the ability to block, but it is also a weapon at the same time. So it's like a hand weapon. And that's why I kind of assert that too, in terms of like, when people think dual wield shields, they think of like big pieces of metal on both arms, which is silly. But, you know, like a smaller weapon, like dual wielding, like a buckler like that. Like that makes sense. Makes total sense to me. So I guess I need to be more specific about my dual wield shields. Hell Region, goddess of self-sacrifice, lady of protection, alignment, lawful good, domains, law, healing, protection. Kite shield of purest white. Cool. There we go. Somebody send an email to SSG. I mean, I could do that, but I'm not gonna. Hey, I haven't played DDO in a while. Can people bring two? Can two people bring hirelings? Yeah, two different people can bring hirelings. Yep. As long as they're not the same hireling. Two people can't summon the same hireling, but as long as they are two people summoning different hirelings, they're fine.
Oh, yes.
So, for example, you can bring two cleric hirelings with two different names, but if you both have the same hireling with the same name on it, you can't have one person be in two places at once. So yeah. Are size a thing? They are not a thing. Okay, I need my dog for this. Shield with the Swordbreaker? That'd be kind of cool. Like I said, I like the ideas of everything except for that stupid Dark Souls, you know, big giant shield guy. So silly. Okay. Cast all my defensive spells. Line them up, line them up. Fine. Okay, your Planeswalker Drow. What are you? In Magic the Gathering? Okay, so this quest is actually quite dangerous because the Drow that come down here, the Driders and stuff, they do a hella damage, and the Planeswalker Drow chain cast Dispel Magic, so they already got my Death Ward away. So I have to get my Death Ward back again. That's literally when they first drop in, the first spell they cast is Dispel Magic, so you gotta be really careful about that. I also lost my Greater Heroism already, so we're gonna get that back. That is a huge spider on the wall. Wow. Everything else I have, so we're good.
Another ambush. It's as if these forces were carefully placed.
The Driders are also dangerous. Okay, did you cast a Dispel? Nope, you did not. Full Array, I'm good. Oh, we're all set. Yeah, there are weapons that are probably adjacent to it. It's the same thing in Dungeons and Dragons Online. It's sort of like how there are no spears in this game in terms of the weapon spear, but there are several quarterstaffs that are spears. So, for example, there's the Spear of the Mournlands, the Spearfisher, and the Huntmaster's Spear. So they're all quarterstaffs that deal piercing damage, and they have like spear visuals. This clip, thank you, thank you. I gotta save this clip somewhere. Okay, so what you're gonna notice in this clip, okay, is that I'm very intoxicated. But don't worry about that. A very cool bad guy. He's dual-wielding shields, guys! I've always wanted to dual-wield shields in a video game. Look how good this dual-wield shield strategy is. It's so powerful. This guy's, like, insanely good. Wow. This... can somebody clip this so I can, like, link this every time someone's like, I want dual-wield shields in a video game. Exactly. Did you want dual-wield shields in a video game? Sorry, guys. I'm saving this clip. This is one of the best clips I've ever taken in my entire life. Just literally one of the best clips ever. Okay, favorite. Just gotta go hardcore on the. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Done. Yeah, dual wield shields in the video game. This is just part of my justification for shields to DDO. Doing the doors for gates, not shields. Hey, man. It's my justification. You can disagree with me all you want. But I'm going to be just as stubborn as I was the day before. Alright, so we got the Wolfie here. Now we got to stabilize the Rift. This one sucks. Can I get some good gear for Christmas Paladin around level 10? Ravenloft's pretty good. Has some of the best gear in the game. If you haven't done Isle of Dread also has extremely good gear. And Feywild. All those places are good. Feywild, the summer set, has like a bunch of really good charisma pieces. Also, what weapon are you using? Because if you haven't gotten a rep weapon at a Ravenloft, that's also a good option. If you don't own Ravenloft, you can go get, and you're using a longsword, you can go get one of the best longswords in the entire game in the form of the
As he lowers his head to summon more adversaries.
Nightforge Avenger Blade, which is a weapon you can get for free.
And more solid.
Where'd my dog go?
Is far from stable.
He ran like into the middle of the room, which is weird. Dynastic Falcata is also a good option. So what weapon are you using? The thing ended up getting tripped to Reapers over there. Thanks for the restaurant is right there. Oh yeah, this quest is a rough one.
It won't stay down for long.
Also, I don't know why the dog like straight up runs away every time, but it does. One of the best, because it gives you higher critical chance. So usually the critical chance of a weapon is, or longsword is 19 to 20. That weapon is not 19 to 20. That weapon is 17 to 20, which means with improved critical, it becomes a 15 to 20. But it's a longsword, which is way higher than what it's supposed to be. Off the edge, remove all the stacks in the rift. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, the Planeswalker Drow is terrifying, and I hate those. I need to kill those as fast as I can. Good, he's dead. This one... The only things I'm super scared of here are the Planeswalker Drows. Everything else is not a big deal. Correct. Don't have any good weapons. So one of the problems you're going to run into if you keep running Great Axes is that Paladins don't get Great Axes as favored weapons. And they made it so Paladins really only want to use their favorite weapons. So you should have an idea as to what that is. If you put points in Knight of the Chalice Tree, Greatsword is counted as a favorite weapon for you if you're a two-handed fighter paladin, if you use two-handed weapons. But you really want to make sure you're using like a favored weapon. Because you get favored weapon bonuses out of the tree, and you get abilities that only work with you while using a favorite weapon. Paladins are kind of limited based on their favorite weapons. Well, it's really expansive though. Like they don't have every weapon, so unfortunately you can't be a Great Axe Paladin. But you can use like Longsword, Falchion, Great Sword, Maul. Like there's a ton of favorite weapons in the game. So it's pretty flexible. It just doesn't include Great Axe. Shield is another one people want. Is not included, unfortunately.
A little more effort should do the trick.
For Paladin's favorite weapons? Yep, Longsword's extremely good. For sure. Running your first life Charisma Paladin build? Well, I use Greatswords in that build, so I don't know if you are. But yeah, the one with the two-hander or whatever, I definitely use Greatswords on that character. So I would definitely recommend getting one, because it's good for you, if you can. Good Greatswords for leveling, realistically, there aren't a terribly high amount, but again, if you're level 10, you can go get one of the best weapons in Heroics from Ravenloft, which is quite good, and will help you out a tremendous amount. But if you don't own Ravenloft, then you have some other options around there.
You can just make out a grin on
Okay, do this.
the grin turns to fury as he looks a moment early and sees
Okay, I need to get the Planeswalker Drow dead, so you gotta die first. So that should be okay. You might be wondering why I'm not using my, my, like, Hold 'em All spell or whatever. Not Hold 'em All spell. My, physical damage immunity spell. The reason why I'm not using that is because I need to save it for the final here. Use this, please, doggy. Okay, we're good.
stabilized.
Plan on going to the Allegiance. Looks like a bayonet. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the Dynastic Falcatas are level 10. So if that's the build you're planning on playing with, you can go get those swords right now. Because the weapon is level 10. Okay. Now I can't take hits, which is important. I need to take care of all these things. There's Dragloss. There's another Planeswalker Drow coming from this direction. I have to take care of you. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. I just need to kill everything else. Yes, that's also a good option. Yeah, Whirlwind is also really good at 10. Your paladin for some reason to pick two-handed weapon feat and longsword as a favorite weapon. Oh, don't worry about it, because as I said, in the tree on the left side, so there's like in the Knight of the Chalice, on the left side there's all the favorite weapon bonuses. It also gives you favorite weapons. Like, it gives you extra ones. So you can definitely use two-handed with greatsword. You can't use the longsword, but the benefit of the favorite weapon religion is that you get, because it's sovereign host, you get the big sovereign host power at level 6, which gives you a huge it gives you like a huge boost to what do you call it? Gives you like your health back. It has the unyielding sovereignty, which gives you all your health and all your stats and everything else. So it's just like a full heal you can do every 10 minutes, which is kind of cool. It's just got a charge system. On top of that, they changed it. So it used to be when you took like a religion, you got increased strength of your weapons based on your religion. So it'd be like, if you picked longsword, you got bonus stats on longsword. Now, the extra stats you get is while using favored weapons. So like, if you're a favorite soul or a paladin and you take Beloved of the Divine or anything like that, those feats now just give you a generic bonus while using favorite weapons. The dog has rage. Is it tanking? No, I was using it to I was summoning it to click a door that drained its hit points. That is the only reason I summoned this dog in the past day, and he's gone. The rage can't tank, or the dog can't tank anything because pets are the worst mechanic in DDO. It is impossible to make pets do anything other than be like mild cannon fodder or pull levers. In the early game, they can do a couple things and they can be pretty okay. But once you get past like level 8 or 9, they stop being useful in their entirety. And if you ever enter into Reaper mode, they're pretty much bad all the time. The only exception to this is if you are, hold on, healthy, content and vitality. I just kind of need death block somewhere, dude. Where's my death block items? Anyway, if you happen to be using primal avatar, you can have your pets get the damage from your mantle on their attacks, at which point they actually do an very okay amount of damage, assuming they can survive. And on Epic Elite, pets don't have physical or magical resistance rating. Now, you can give them physical or magical resistance rating by having some certain abilities, but even still, they also don't have armor class, and they don't do positioning that well. So they just kind of stand in front of monsters a lot, which means your pets end up standing in front of monsters and taking full damage from everything all of the time, which kind of sucks, because it means that even if they have, like, you could give your pets 30,000 hit points and they just get chunked. They just get chunked so fast. All right, so now we're going to talk to this person and say, hello, I would like to skip a quest. And then they go, oh, no problem, because I didn't do one of the quests in the basement I didn't want to do. And boom, that's some experience points. Oh, I didn't do the worm quest because I didn't feel like it. Yeah, hirelings have value. Pets lose all their value really fast. Then we talk to Gisela for my reward score as well. Give me my XP. Thank you, Gisela. Look at that XP. Caught in the web? I'm definitely not soloing Caught in the web, given that I don't know how. All right, now that I'm 23, I get access to a whole bunch of new powers. So I can get Now Grow, which is not good, but I can now take Thrive, and then I can grab this ability right here at its core, Thorn, which is really nice. So we're going to grab that. So I'm going to grab the extra intelligence here, and grab core this, which is nice. Then I can go to Fatesinger and pick up some more illusion DCs, which I actually need. What am I doing? Sonic spell power? No. MRR and spell power is not terrible. Universal spell power is definitely better, so we'll grab the universal spell power. And now, because I have Music of Magic, I can get enchantment DCs, which is what I needed. So this will help me out tremendously with my character's power level. Because I need the extra DCs because... Did I take enchantment? Oh my god, I meant to take illusion. I'm so stupid. Okay, hold on. I meant to take illusion. Hold on. Hold on. I know how to play the video game. Give me a second. Illusion. Illusion? Hey, there we go. I don't have any enchantment spells. Illusion spells, because all of my Fate Arc Illusion stuff is illusion. Only build going? I died. This is the most recent death. So I'm kind of tempted to get rid of my only wisdom item because this is really good. I really wish I just had, like, a wisdom item. Like, where's the wisdom items? Where's the beef? Oh well, I'll figure it out. New Aug Wisdom, use Giant Hold Relics. Yeah, I don't know if I have any Giant Hold Relics. How many? I have 700 remnants. That's not enough. We'll be fine. That might be wise. Yeah, it could be. Okay, so now that I've done that in Evening Star, might as well do some more 22s. I have also 21s and 22s. I'm locked out of my 20s, but I did all the ones I want to do. So I'm going to do some more quests, and I'm going to head back into Eberron. Once per day for 4 days in a row, being fully consistent. Very true. Decent damage. Oh, yeah, I actually really like the Meteor Swarm. Yep. The Meteor Swarm from Magus is probably one of the best pets in DDO. You just summon it, it dumps all its mana, then you resummon it. Okay, explore. Not to explore the Demon Web. To the ship! Only have 7 minutes on my buff, so this is good. I can do the prison break. It's a little rough, but I can do. The main reason why I might want to avoid it is simply because it's level 25, so I think I'm going to wait a bit before I do it, but it's not a bad adventure for sure. Yeah, I think what I might do is I have an item here that has an augment, I think. It's like this or something. Yeah, this. Charisma 10, Wizardry Resistance. I think I'm going to get this and put a Wisdom augment in here. And then just call that a day. And just use this Mind's Eye Helmet Resistance. Because it's got Charisma, Wizardry, Resistance, all stuff that I want. Okay, time to do Red Fens. Let's go. Some Giant Hold Relics? I could. Yep, I plan on doing some of those. Yep. Another Man's Treasure makes me kind of nervous because I don't remember how hard the monsters hit. But we'll be doing some of this. Oh, I forgot to get Mikhail the Pious. I do want Mikhail. So, this quest, this Scorpion quest over here, is usually super mega annoying, especially in Heroics. But in Epics, it's a complete joke. Because in Heroics, you struggle a lot with dealing with monsters that can burrow, heal themselves, and heal their allies. But in Epics, I have Carrion Swarm. What's that? You're burrowing? Guess what? You're still dying because you're taking damage over time. Did you come back up from burrowing? Guess what? I'm going to hit you with all of my spells at the same time. All my spells at the same time. Just a good time all around. To do the 100 PR? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried about, is how much damage I'm going to be taking from those, so we'll see. I'm actually less worried about the Griffins and more worried about the Manticores. Like, I'm pretty good at running away from shit, but if they're red names, and I don't exactly remember how much health they have. Okay. This, I don't look like wood. Let's get this going, let's get this going, let's get this going. Okay, hello. Yeah, I just definitely need to get more hit points. Hit points. Because I'm currently rolling a Con 7 item and no False Life. So if I could get False Life onto here... Oh no, I have False Life 19 and Vitality 21, so it's not too bad, actually. Man, that spider's just been in this room. It's literally just going back and forth along the walls. Maybe it's... I've also never seen a spider like that. So maybe it's just one of them outdoor spiders that got stuck inside because it just wanted to escape the heat. Now it has no food to eat. Oh, poor spider. Anyway, the +3 DC, or actually +4 DCs, because an extra one from the cores here, is really impactful here, because I need to be able to crowd control a lot of the monsters in these quests to deal additional damage. My character damage kind of blows. So, by being able to crowd control these things, my character is a lot stronger now. Also, I doubled the damage on Shardstorm, and Shardstorm now gives me temporary hit points, which is very good. I don't always like using Shardstorm and Carrion Swarm, and I would like to move away from using Shardstorm and Carrion Swarm all the time, but it is what it is. I'm not sure exactly where this character is going to go. I might be a Fate Singer. I might be a Primal Avatar. I haven't really decided what I'm doing with my character build. Can I get this one? Did I get this one? I'm missing a Scorpion somewhere. Not the Princess. Which Scorpion am I missing? You. No. No, you? No. It's not this one. This one? No. Oh, there's another one over here by the front door.
There we go.
Okay, since I'm a trap guy, we're gonna go and hug the left here. Get out of here, giants. Garbage. I'll hug the left here, crack open this secret door, and do some trapping. Even if I get hit by the trap that's down here, I don't really care. So I'm just gonna hit this guy because he's running towards the trap and kill him. But, as I said, I don't really care even if he did hit me with the trap, because my character is not concerned. I have basically trap immunity. So, because I have a shield on, and I take half damage from traps. So my character is very, very resistant to traps. You can see this thing is still able to, like, continuously attack me because I didn't crowd control it. That was a dumb sentence. But, like, because I don't do enough damage with my spells without them being crowd controlled. It's one of the reasons why, since Greater Color Spray is so good, I'm tempted to get helpless damage, to do more damage to the helpless. See, as I said, this nesting scorpion is going to burrow away from me, but burrowing doesn't matter for me, because it's just going to die while it's underground anyway. Usually the burrowing scorpions in here are very annoying. There was also a patch a long time ago that was like, Scorpion AI is being changed. They don't burrow as often in melee range, which is absolutely incorrect. Nothing changed with Scorpion AI. Maybe in like an invisible sense, but Scorpions constantly burrow in melee range, and this quest is still just as annoying as ever. Shrim, will they make a Legendary Sword of Shadows like weapon to get people going? No. So Saints Games will never make a Legendary Sword of Shadows type weapon ever again. To give you a perspective as to how good the Epic Sword of Shadows is, there are builds where the Epic Sword of Shadows, a level 20 weapon, is better for you than the highest level weapons in the entire game.
Strim chases that shit underground.
That weapon came out 10 years ago. So just consider how powerful that is, and that's why they will never do it again. If they make a weapon that is as good as the Epic Sword of Shadows was at the time as the Legendary Sword of Shadows, there will never be a better weapon before the end of Dungeons & Dragons Online. It will be the best weapon in the game. And you might be like, okay, but why is that a bad thing? Because, I don't know, it would feel kind of boring if the only weapon people used till the end of the rest of the entirety of the video game is the Sword of Shadows. Like, it's a cool sword, for sure. But you would never have a single reason to use any other weapons ever. Chase that shit underground? I do, yeah. I do chase that shit underground. Never speak of the end of DDO. Oh, DDO is not going to be ending anytime soon. It's just like the compounding effect of increasing the power level like that. An item that stays in circulation for 10 years, to make a comparative thing now, right? That was like 7 years into DDO's life, or 6 years into DDO's life cycle, 6 or 7 years. And so that lasted for 10 years. Now we're 17 years or 18 years into DDO, or going on 18 years into DDO's life cycle. A new weapon made today at 18 years would last a comparatively long amount of time, which would be somewhere around 35 years, close to the top, which means, like, I don't think DDO is shutting down anytime soon. I think DDO is going to go for a long time because they have a very active player base, especially for an older product. They're still actively developing things. They're continuing to add new features and content, and from, you know, just looking at kind of the landscape of things, maintaining and having a regular player base is pretty important in the MMO landscape, and that's kind of how you keep your MMO going on for a long time. Like, there would need to be something catastrophic, like their license doesn't get renewed, or something completely outside of the hands of the sales territory of DDO. So I'm not saying DDO is going to die anytime soon, but do I think they're going to still be making DDO in 30 years? That's a tough one. 30 years? That's a long time, man. AKSOS. Amazing. That'd be a fun item name. Builds when the game were first went free to play because everyone's using Kopesh and nothing else. Yep, exactly. You need variety, and so having one weapon that is so far ahead in of every single other weapon in the entire game, there's no competition. It's just boring. It's a reason why like video games, like League of Legends and stuff, do like weekly patches where they like weekly balance the game. Because if they don't do that, the game gets stale and boring really fast. Because it's just the same over and over. I don't know where Albus is, but he's getting destroyed. Albus, buddy, live.
We've done it. Behold the claw of Vulcan.
I agree. We also need DDO 3. I said this before, but using my limited knowledge of how video games and video game development works, I do not believe we will ever get DDO 2. Okay, so you want to do the next adventure because it's really it's really good and it's really fun. It's called Fathom the Deeps. But the thing is, you want to do it the fast way, but you don't have access to Dimension Door to do the fast way. Well, let me show you how to do it. It just wouldn't make a sense to make a game in this style in modern times. You'd never have enough money to be able to do it. You're going to talk to Casimir Vindberg, and you're going to say, hey, bud, I need Mikhail the Pious. Now that I have Mikhail the Pious, we're going to go on an adventure, you and me, Mr. Mikhail, the level 11 fighter hireling. You know, maybe like, wait, Shrimp Tom, why do you need a level 11 fighter hireling? Wouldn't you like to know? And then you say, yes, I would. That's why I asked. And then I say, okay, calm down. I'm going. He has a Dimension Door. That's why he's good. He has Dimension Door. Very handy. If I had Dimension Door scrolls, I could do it. Or if I use Shadow Dancer as my main tree, I could also do it. Swim up the stairs because they fixed that in Epic only. No, the fast way is using Dimension Door with a hireling. Going on Epic Quest, you should level up. True. Mikhail the Pious goes to all sorts of different places. Well, like I said, if I was designing, like, DDO 2, if I was, like, the person behind the wheel, I would absolutely... You know, a lot of the things a lot of people hate about more modern video games, the dailies, a lot of the heavy focus on, like, daily login, repetition, stuff like that. Dude, if I was designing it, I'd put that shit in there. Money magnets? Let's go. Yeah, exactly. The new Lord of the... And people have talked about this, like the new Lord of the Rings MMORPG. It is going to be nothing like the traditional MMORPG. Like, it's not going to be a bad game. I'm not saying it's going to be a bad game. We don't know anything about it. I just do know that they're not going to make, you know, your kind of point-and-click classic MMORPG that the Lord of the Rings Online is or World of Warcraft is. They're going to make a game that's going to be much more adjacent to something like, as I said, Genshin Impact or... some of the other modern MMORPGs. Okay, so check this out. I'm gonna get Albus to give me Mass Death Ward because I need it, and then I'm gonna summon Mikhail the Pious. Now, you might be wondering why exactly I'm summoning Mikhail the Pious. It might seem strange, like I'm making a mistake, but no, make no mistake. Mikhail is a very useful friend to have in this adventure. As I continue to fail my use magic device, I need to roll an 11. Arcane spell failure twice. Please, game. It's a 5% chance. Ah, beautiful. So, I'm going to get him to stand here and stay on passive. Good job, bud. And now I have to go do the entire quest without him. Oh, yeah, or New World. Exactly. It's going to have more of that style. Action combat, exploration, you know, what have you. Also, the leader, or not the leader, the wrong word, but like the head game developer or whatever, game designer, did like an interview where he's like, yeah, we're not making this game for like Lord of the Rings fans. We're going to be writing our own unique story. It's not going to be true to like the world of Tolkien, and we don't really care about that. Because they're going to write their own story. So, a lot of Lord of the Rings fans like true to Tolkien stuff, which is one of the reasons why a lot of people play the Lord of the Rings Online. Because, is it the best video game ever made? No. But is it the most Tolkien-accurate video game ever made? Mm-hmm. And that's very important to, you know, the Lord of the Rings crowd. They like their Tolkien-accurate games. Yep. Yeah, it's really hard to sell people on old ideas. Oh no, non-localized trap. What's level 13? What's level 11 non-localized trap? Seriously, I have no idea what that is. What's the mode for DDO 2? Mm-hmm. And recent exploders are exploding it beyond all reason. That is correct, yeah. They said it was because it was too much upkeep. Probably too much upkeep was chasing down exploits. Sunburst in Amber Temple. Ooh, yep. Sunbursts in Amber Temple are non-localized traps, and that is level 11. True. Yeah, that is the Amber Temple. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's probably the Sunburst. No, blowing up the boats. That would be a 15. That would die. Also, it's it's boat explosion. It's literally called. It's called like boat trap or something like that. Which is very funny.
The magical barriers is nearby, guarded by several fierce Sahara.
But yeah, so it's just like you're not going to see an old style MMORPG showing up at any point, like in modern times. Some people have tried to capture some of those loves, but I think again a lot of those people don't really know what made some of those games good. When really what they want to do is try to acquire a license to continue updating or making those types of games. So, first of all, we're going to get Mikhail the Pious here to cast Lesser Dragon Mark of Passage. See how he casts it here. Then, once that's cast, I'm going to pull this lever. And the Dimension Door is going to stay. At which point, I'm going to go through the Dimension Door. And I'm back at the beginning. Amazing. Okay, so something I learned the last time I did this was that the final boss room is terrifying because the boss has flesh to stone. And it's very, very strong. So, I'm going to try to deal with this in a brand new way. Dismiss Mikhail. And I'm going to need to get back Albus. Oh, I can't resummon him for a minute. So I'm going to clear this room while I wait. Crap, there was Peter Pepega yesterday? Don't worry, it's already up on the VODs channel. So if you miss it, you can watch it on the VODs channel. Is mayonnaise a localized trap? No, Patrick. It is not. How much longer do I have on this? 56 seconds? Okay, I'll keep clearing. I really need the hireling with me. But you can look at games that have tried to capture the attention of gamers. So I don't know where Pantheon is in development. It's been a while since I've talked about or thought about the video game Pantheon. I do remember giving my first impressions of having the chance to actually play on the Pantheon Alpha and basically having not really anything good to say. And then after doing that, I needed to raid somebody because I like raiding people and sending the viewership over to like other creators and helping people grow. And as I've done that, I raid another channel. It turns out it was the people that were, or it's the company that was making Pantheon playing Dungeons and Dragons Online, which was really funny to me because I had just finished talking about how I thought their game was like, they really missed the mark on what made a lot of those old games special. And instead of taking the like open world approach where it takes a lot of attention to detail and instead of the game gives you information but it doesn't hold on to it for you, so you need to write things down, you need to remember stuff, you gotta remember what they said because the game isn't gonna have that detail for you in the game. They don't have like the UI to support that, which I actually don't hate. It means that the character and the player needs to get more involved as they investigate the world. They can't just like check their journal and it points to them where they go on the map. That's kind of cool. But the parts that they focused on in their game was the slowness of combat and the slowness of gameplay. Got to make it so everything takes 1,000,000 hours. Got to make it so your mana takes like 30 years to regenerate. Got to make it so that if you don't have food, you actually have to wait 5 minutes before you can start doing another piece of combat. Got to make it so you can lose a 1v1 against other monsters. So I complained about all those things. Then I needed to raid somebody, and I raided the Pantheon dev team playing DDO, which was very, very funny to me. Just like poetic. I have to be very, very careful here. Because I don't want to get turned to stone. Because if I get turned to stone, I'm not necessarily dead, But Slomanek can do that, and he also hits pretty hard. So I can use Master Displacement. Also, my saves, I'm 13 plus 42. My save is not that bad. He did try to turn me to stone. I don't know how quickly he casts Flesh to Stone either. I do know my hireling does not have a way to stop Flesh to Stone, which is a bit of a problem. That's okay. Hold on, we're almost done. Goodbye, Slomanek. Even if Flesh to Stones me, he dies. Good.
And ended their enslavement of the Raven-Eye clan.
Pantheon is a game? Yeah, it's a video game.
Able to retrieve the planar fetter.
It's like a video game meant to capture your old, like it's a nostalgia bait sort of video game. You're supposed to go like, damn, this is like that old game I remember, but it's actually just like a new video game that acts like an old game. But they like missed the concept of what made some old games great. And to my knowledge, this is a game I did not play. I didn't speak with Foxpaw, but this is also a complaint that a lot of people had about there's a spin-off game, sort of spin-off, called Project Gorgon, which is a video game made by somebody who worked on the original Asheron's Call. To my knowledge, it has like kind of the same problem, where it's not necessarily that it's like a bad game, but they like take the things, they like looked at the old game and were like, they wanted to recapture the spirit, but they didn't take the things that made those things great in the first place. They like missed the mark. Sort of like how, what was it? It was like Mighty Number 9 was a side-scrolling video game in the vein of Mega Man that was made by the creator of the original Mega Man game that was very mid. And it's because they didn't know what made the game great at the time. They were trying to recapture it and they just missed.
Sahagin guard the top of the ziggurat.
Because the new version still feels inferior? Yeah, exactly. Because it's not built on the nostalgia. So they need to come to something entirely new. So Foxpaw related to the Gatekeeper? Sorry, I just realized a thing. That is Foxpaw. Foxpaw the Younger is his son. Foxpaw is a member of the Drow tribe that is out here. Whereas Foxpaw the Younger is his son who left the tribe to become an artificer. They are related. Oh, I can't imagine... I just looked at the link. I can't imagine Asmongold having a single good thing to say about Pantheon. Given that the title is the worst MMO ever. I think that's not entirely fair. I don't think it's the worst MMO ever. But, yeah. I didn't get a single cool item on my list. Yeah, I get it. It's because some people just don't... They don't know what made it magical in the first place. So, like, for me, there are a lot of things that I thought that were really good in Pantheon. I think that they did incredibly well. One of my favorites is they had this thing called, like, Insights or something, where basically, as you walk around the world, your character sort of gets, like, a flashback or vision of an area that you think you might have been before. You haven't, because it's part of the story is like your character's kind of like a vessel and your soul like goes into a body. It doesn't matter. But anyway, it's almost like you get to like reliving something, right? You're having that relived experience. Let's do Von 3, I guess. Or other 21s. Hold on, other 21s. Oh no, an offering another man's treasure and kind of a big deal. Okay, we'll do those first. And so, which I thought was like a really cool idea of like having these things where as you walk around the world, the quests aren't obvious and it leads you down a path, which then leads you to investigate people. And then the people that you encounter in your adventure, you can make decisions and affect the quest based on what you saw or what you think you saw and how you interpret it. And I think that's really cool. I think that as a general concept is a really good idea. So, what they need to do is scrap the entire combat system and put a good combat system in, and then the entire food eating system. Get rid of all that nonsense and replace it with like an actual really, it doesn't have to be like super modern, but just get rid of like the not fun parts, like the waiting. Get rid of the waiting parts. Waiting 5 minutes to fight another monster is not what made old video games good. What made them good was the mystery that unfolded and how you had to talk to your friends, and your friends would go, oh, I did this quest, I found this guy, and I did this thing, and then you'd be like, okay, you had to go this place on the map, and you had to do this, and you had a physical paper on your desk, you had a physical like book or whatever, and you had to write down where you were going and keep journals and notes so you could figure out what was going on. That's what made it magic. It was that you felt like you were exploring the world with your friends and finding new details and new things. Not the fact that you can play the game slowly. Also, it just occurred to me I didn't summon my hirelings, so I don't think I get one. Nope. Well, I do want my hirelings. I'm going to fix it. Josh right phase? Yep. You died. Old game feel? Mm-hmm. I'm not even saying don't make it hard. Like, don't, like, you know, you can even make it to the fights are complicated and that there's a lot of challenge in your fight. You can, you know, even have a heavy reliance on RNG, but it's just the waiting. Waiting made a lot of sense when there weren't too many video games that were vying for your attention. But nowadays, there are a lot of video games that are all trying to get your attention. And so if I have to wait, you know, 20 minutes in my 1 hour play session, why am I not playing one of the more modern video games that exist out there? You know, something that is going to at least, like, MMORPGs are designed inherently not to respect your time. They're just not going to do that. That's not how they're designed. They're designed to absorb your time. They basically are the definition of a time waster. As somebody who plays MMORPGs as a job and plays 3 MMORPGs right now, I can confirm they totally waste my time. But, like, I feel good about it because I'm able to enjoy most of the moments. Like, this adventure, I've already done kind of a big deal. There's a kobold pack here. It's got 1 shaman, some dogs, some slingers. I already know how this room is going to go before I walk into it. But I'm, like, having fun because it's me saying, oh, this character is slightly different. How do I handle this room? How exactly am I going to do that? Okay, shaman's on the right side. I missed him. Okay, go over here, and I'm going to do this. And it's the individual gameplay elements that make it fun. I am wasting my time, but I'm doing something when I'm wasting my time. Again, versus the actual sitting, waiting, wasting your time. And I don't like that in games. It's one of the things that, like, I find more difficult about some of the older video games is that they don't realize that wasting your time don't feel as good. Suppose respawn for one groups to kill would not get it? Exactly. It's why a lot of the games that have survived for a long time, EverQuest, 1 and 2 and stuff, the developers over time have made adjustments to the game. So this spider, you have to use, it's gigantic, you have to use the neutralized poison. If you don't, it'll bite you and do, like, 600 damage of just straight poison. Imagine hold for reinforcements. I don't do hold for reinforcements for a reason. Good spider. Older games, but I think it's just I like grindy, and the older games feel more grindy. Oh yeah, but there's like lots of good modern, very grindy older or like modern games, which is you know, something I still deeply enjoy.
You enter the cavern.
It was an amazing video.
These gigantic tunnels extend
I'm currently not playing Final Fantasy XIV because I just kind of got distracted, and I wasn't enjoying my cycle of duty roulette every day on 3 different character classes. Log off. I will get back into it, but I'm currently just earning rest XP. Okay, that's all I'm doing. I'm just earning rest XP. It's kind of a big deal. Funny because it's also the name of the adventure. Oh. Okay. Oh, that sucks. That trip sucks. And that was like 160 damage from the wolf. Ah! Stop. Bad wolf. Bad dog. Just enjoy having breaks from it. Yeah. I'm going to be going back to Final Fantasy XIV eventually. Like I've said, I wanted to... I'm still playing some Lord of the Rings Online, but I've farmed everything out, so I'm done. So all my characters are done now. So it's basically that I show up for raids, do some of the new dungeons and stuff, and then take a break. At some point soon, there's a private server for World of Warcraft called Ascension that I can't stream because it's against Twitch terms of service, but I will be playing some because it's pretty fun. And I heard there's a lot of good things about it, so I'm going to be doing some of that probably off stream. And like I said, at some point later this summer... Oh, Hammer Dash just died at 20! RIP, Hammer Dash. At some point later this summer, I'm either going to stream either New World or Guild Wars 2 or Neverwinter. I'm not sure. Cleric made you quit? But you can always get it back. Woo! Why do these things hit for 150 damage? Please go away. 200 damage is not okay. Stop. That sucks. Yeah, it's a very, very good product. So, I'm not going to talk about it too much. Because, again, can't talk about it here. Can't talk about it here. But you can Google it yourself. What do you do if you're completely trash at the game? Reevaluate. So, you have to ask yourself... so if you start playing a video game and you find you're really bad at it, you just have to kind of reevaluate. You have to say, okay, I'm not great at this video game, and I know that. So, do I want to keep playing? Do I want to keep learning? Am I having fun? Realistically, that's kind of like the most important barometer, the most important thing in your game experience. Am I still having fun? If I am still having fun, okay, can I make the game easier? So, we'll use Dungeons & Dragons Online as an example, because I'm currently doing it, and you might be talking about it. Dungeons & Dragons Online comes on many different difficulty settings. The normal and casual difficulty settings kind of accommodate pretty much every player. On normal and casual, you should be able to succeed with pretty much any character in the game. Now, if you're still struggling, Dungeons & Dragons Online, fortunately, has lots of content creators, myself and others included, who create builds that you can copy that will help you get through the game. Taking a pre-made build that is designed to be successful and then playing it through on, normal difficulty or casual difficulty will have you with a good time. Something important about this room, you're going to notice I'm actually hiding. This is one of the few slingers, kobold-like throwers, in the whole game that do any amount of damage. These things are terrifying. They do so much damage, it's insane. So you do not mess around with the kobold slingers at all. These things are horrifying, and they will kill you. The number of people I've seen die because they come through this room on epics thinking, oh yeah, they're just kobold throwers, and they die is hilarious. Like 300 games in a row. Sounds like somebody... Oh, God. Like, I just took 100 from one of those. Straight up 100. Warshare, such a well-designed class. There's nothing wrong with that. The thing that appeals to me about Ascension in that regard... Because you're right, you're just going to kind of make... You're just going to make the same things. So the first time that I played, I basically played Holy Priest with every effect in the game that had mana regen. That was my build. So it was Holy Priest, but I had, like, Evocation, Innervate, and everything like that. And I got enough increased power of Holy Nova that I just spammed Holy Nova. So I was doing damage and healing at the same time with some heal over times going out, and it was pretty fun. But it was kind of like a very straightforward thing, which is one of the reasons why. So, and it was very enjoyable. So I'd basically do dungeons where I would be like number 2 on DPS, but also healing everybody, and it was very, very, very fun. Because you'd never run out of mana, because I would just keep spamming mana effects, and I could heal everybody. So AoE effects didn't matter, and it was like, oh, incremental damage, who cares? I'm spamming Holy Nova. And then you just have like a couple big cooldowns. So but the thing that appeals to me is because it's hard to get out of that cycle of like just do the best thing all of the time, or do the thing that you're gonna find yourself into. So I think what's interesting is more of the draft mode, where when you level up, the game gives you a selection of 3 different like abilities, and you have to pick them as you go. So you kind of get forced into weird random stuff, and you have to try out new combinations. Sort of like how you draft cards in like a Magic deck. It's the same concept. So like that sounds kind of fun. That appeals to my sense of like build crafting, where you're like, okay, what do I do? It's the reason why we have the random character generator, currently managed by Mr. Dorak, is very cool. If you've never made a random character in DDO, you can do that. There's a link right there. That was put in there by Bobby. And the character generator allows you to click a button and get a randomly generated character, and you have to kind of figure out how to play it as you go. Character nice to respec? Well, yeah, but I don't care. See, the thing is, it depends on what you and I value differently about MMORPGs and their gameplay style. For me, the experience is the fun part, and not the end goal. So, like, the idea of, like, oh, I just spent, like, 100 hours building out a character, and I'm going to reincarnate it? That sounds awesome. Now I'm going to do something else. I'm going to play a different game. It's the reason why I don't really stick at endgame too hard on like a lot of MMORPGs and I make a lot of new characters, is because I find that the fun is the chase of finding new things, new secrets, new ways to build my character, new different things to do. And so once I get my character to level cap, I immediately want to start again, which is one of the reasons why when I get to level like 18, I'm like in DDO, I'm like shaking because I just want to reincarnate. Once I get to 20, I'm like, okay, cool. Now, that being said, ever since they changed it so that epics are now fun, I enjoy leveling in epics too, but it is. Yeah, so like I said, I'm going to be playing some of that. I've just been busy the past couple of weeks, so I haven't been able to commit to time. Grove Hunter is a fantastic. Yeah, but then you have to play a hunter. Also, if I wanted to play a healer with a bow, I would. It's called Warden in Elder Scrolls Online. And it works very well. I had to play some random WoW clones, though. Yeah, there's so many good games out there. And that's the other thing, too. Again, one of the issues I have with a lot of these, like, slower games, like I said, talking about stuff like Pantheon and Project Gorgon and stuff, they're trying to capture the experience, but they kind of just slow you down, because that's what people like. They like the slow gameplay, is that I don't mind wasting my time, and I also don't mind knowing I'm wasting my time. What bothers me is when I don't get to choose that I'm wasting my time, because I want to have my cool builds and play them and do a thing, and then that's what's exciting to me. So having my time get wasted, I love this quest. Open doors. I still remember doing this the first time with my guild leader, and he's like, we get to the door, and he's like, oh, how do we get the door open? I'm like, open the door. And he goes, and he like clicks the little lever, and it's like the lever breaks off in your hand. He's like, well, the lever broke. How are we supposed to open the door? I'm like, just open the door. And he's like, I don't get it. And then he like clicks the mouse and smashes the door open, and it's like, and I just remember the yell over Discord as he was like, oh. It's great times. Great success. Okay, I think I'm good. No boulder, no boulder, no boulder, no boulder. Ooh, we're good. Is that a trough? It's a... No, I have not. I do not have a lot of experience with the game. That's going to spend some more time with it this summer. Fish for Nightfall procs. Shadow Bolt with dots, and then just dot a bunch of targets to spam Shadow Bolts, and people will get caught off guard so fast. Well, yeah. Well, because it's really bursty, too. Because you start out doing nothing, and then all of a sudden you come online. So you have to know. The first Lifeline 15 lives that I loved? Yeah, Blightcaster is really fun. Yeah, that's why I love the reincarnation system in DDO. It lets me try out new things all of the time and play new things all of the time. I don't super care about, like, past lives and their power. The only thing I care about, and I mentioned this before, is tomes. The reason why I care about tomes is not because of the numbers. I hate the requirements for two-handed fighting and dual wielding is 17 strength and 17 dex. There's so many cool builds I would love to play and share that I can't because you need those stats. And it... Okay, so Mech Tech, to my knowledge, casts... We cast Black Dragon Bolt, which that sucks. But the Dragon Breaths are the bigger problem. And Energy Burst. It's the Energy Burst that I was scared of. And, dude, can you stop chain casting Dragon Breath? Holy Christ. Meteor Storm doesn't matter, but it was the Dragon Breaths. Black Dragon Bolt's not a big deal. It's the breaths. The breaths suck. Alright, we're good. What's up, Nimue? Alright, and... Snake. Ooh! These are very different items. That's pretty good. Tome counted towards level 1. Need to apply the feat bonus, just qualify for the feats. So my issue is I just don't like it. I would be very happy, or a lot happier, with DDO's total balance if they just made it so that those abilities... it's Bimbog Jabite, right? This guy? If they just made it so that those abilities only required like a 15. So it was like 13 and 15 as opposed to the 15 right away. Or the 15, 17. 13, 15 would make me so much happier. Because there's so many cool builds where you're like, oh man, like, do you want to be a favorite soul using a two-handed weapon? Not without tomes, you're not. Okay, this quest is also going to be kind of scary, so we'll see.
The scavenger foreman.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't sell tomes. I have no problem with the tomes. People will buy the tomes, I think, regardless, but yeah. That's the reason why I don't like playing First Life characters all the time, and why I often play First Life spellcasters as opposed to melees, because the melees, not that they're bad. That guy hit me for 147 as a non-champ. That was a non-crit, non-champ 147 hit. That wasn't a sneak attack, was it? Ups our work issue for 147 points of piercing damage? Yeah, I'm not doing this. They have 300 base damage in here? That's madness. I'm leaving. Screw this quest. No thanks. No way. Yeah, no. I'm going to go do an easy quest by comparison. Von 3. Any other 21s I want to do? No, I'm going to go do Von 3. Oh, Offering of Blood is also 21. Do I want to do an Offering of Blood on Epic? I would like a Shield of the Scorpion. So I will do it once. Just in case. Von 1 is also fine. I already did Von 1. I already did it. It's been done. I also kind of want to get Last Hope for the hit points. This way. What's the best bitecaster for First Life? Is it the Caster Blaster for the First Life? I don't know what Caster Blaster is, but if you're looking for a damage caster, First Life, I would definitely recommend Blightcaster. Blightcaster is very, very good because it has very low mana requirements, its spells don't have saving throws, and it has tons of defense. Yeah, I'm also not going to do Catacombs, so that's another good one. Another classic. Why do I get the quest from this guy? I'm not doing this quest. Okay, thank you. I'm going to sell here because apparently my character is overloaded. A medium load right now. I'm full of armor, so I gotta get rid of most of the armor in here. It's a Braff armor and weapons. These weapons are bad. This belt is never replacing the other belt that I have. So I'm just going to get rid of this. Nope, nope. Nope. No. I want the Mind's Eye Helm, so I'm not going to use that then, it looks like. Like, if I could get Death Block somewhere... It's a huge upgrade. Look at that dex. And the max dex bonus of 14. Alright, well, that's a lot of items. Get rid of that. But the nerfs? What nerfs? You will be 30 before they nerf? Huh? What nerfs? Yeah, I missed it. The Action House? Action House is not a terrible idea. Okay, let's see if we can get a shield. For level 4 Carnifex, the Snow Peaks freezing augment is my recommendation to you. So let's see if we can get the chest to spawn. Okay, there's only one chest in here, which means there's no rares in this area, which is unfortunate. Yeah, the Snow Peaks freezing augment is level 4, and it's very good. I have my map open because I'm looking at the map to see if chests spawn, and if chests spawn, I know there's a rare there. So if you see the flicker of a chest, it means a rare is in that direction.
An inordinate amount of dust whirls around this steep, narrow bridge. The imposing burning mountain looms to the west of this rocky field.
Okay, I did see a chest. Oh, and here and here. Cool. There's 2 of them. Oh. Adding Addy bypass personally, it's not bad. Too bad it's a level 20 augment to do that, so Carnifex is going to be a little rough for that level. But yeah. Okay, Shield the Scorpion. Boom. Rats. My brain is like, reroll this chest, get your Shield of the Scorpion. It's really good. Working as intended. The exploit. Definitely not working as intended. I don't know how they fix it. They can probably fix it. But farming for rares in the desert, it takes forever, and it's abysmal. Like, the thing is, at least it's guaranteed, so if you farm enough chests, all you have to do is loot 68 chests, and you'll be able to get any item you want. And I got Sting. But still, it's an amount of time that I don't love. It's a number I don't like. Yeah, you gotta loot 68 chests. On average. And the rares, remember, they don't spawn all of them, so. Also, I have no idea what is going on. My roommate's doing something in the other room. It's like this clanging noise. She's like hanging up some photos or something. You guys probably can't hear it, which is good. My first life did Death Cleric, don't recommend, but it could heal R10, so I got around 45 RP. Nice, yeah. That's the nice thing about playing like clerics or any type of support character. There's no rare here. I don't think I'm going to farm out for the Shield of the Scorpion. As good as it would be for this character, I don't think I'm going to do that. The reason why Shield of the Scorpion is so good is it gives you stacking hit points as well as +2 to all ability scores, which is just great. It's just a fantastic shield. Another shield that'd be good would be the Giant's Platter, but yeah. Zoom at least is very easy to farm because you can do the old Desert Door trick with a hireling right outside where you actually get the Zoom, like right outside where the Zoom chest is. So farming Zoom is incredibly easy. Cleric best class. Yeah. I can't call Cleric the best class because I don't believe that statement. But I can say that Cleric is pretty good. I do like holy classes in video games, though. Your Paladin, your Cleric.
You slip the offering into your pack.
I know. I'm a disappointment. I know. But it's okay. I accept that punishment or the judgment. It's funny because they're so similar. You would think you'd have the same opinion between Cleric and Favorite Soul, and yet no.
Sound out from the upper reaches of this chamber. The drow are coming for you.
Exactly. Yeah, Artificer is the best class in the game for sure, or the worst class in the game. It's not bad. Artificer is not a bad class. It just every class is really good at something, and Artificer isn't really good at anything, and so it kind of ends up being the best class, or the worst class, because every other class has like something that it does better than everybody else, and Artificer just doesn't have anything like that. So you end up with a character class that is not bad at all, and is quite powerful. That just, as I said, just is not the best at any individual task or skill. Okay, so now what we want to do, we use Masterful Displacement here, so I can search for this trap, and then disable it. You're going to notice I'm being shot millions of times. That's why I use Masterful Displacement, because Masterful Displacement gives me 95% concealment, so these guys couldn't hit me, basically, which is nice. Casting Deadly Weapons? They are. Although you can get UMD for that, because you can UMD Deadly Weapons, and Deadly Weapon scrolls aren't that hard to come by. Questioning your choices? Mm-hmm. Yep, that's about right. Yeah, and the scrolls for greater elemental weapons, I think, are easier to acquire because I think you can just buy those straight up. I don't think those are rare. I think those are just like in the game. Yeah, it's true. You can only do others. That's where you just play a tank with enough UMD to deadly scroll other people. Okay, that's not what I wanted. If you're dual wielding, you can get both of your weapons, but man, is that a trip. I'll die eventually. That's also true. You can't do that on a sentient weapon. Also true. Oh, it's the washing machine. I'm like, what is that sound? I've just been thinking about this entire time. It's the washing machine that's making that sound. I got desert sand. Now, you'll notice that sometimes these guys will drop treasure bags. If you see a treasure bag in here, it's the antique bronze tokens. So if you're trying to get the tokens and the items faster, the treasure bags can also help you. The problem is, I don't know why, I just feel like the treasure bags are like pretty rare out here. You don't see them very often. But I try to pick them all up. How are you doing? Need more chai? How is your day going? Hopefully good. Quests. Oh my gosh. A lot of damage. Like I said, 24 is a reasonably good damage spike for me. Because it increases the damage on a lot of my regular spells by a fair amount. On top of that, as you're going to notice that I'm going to be spamming closed wounds a lot more than normal. I just want to make sure I'm always topped up. If I'm not at full health, I'm going to be hitting closed wounds to top me up. That's one of the reasons why it's great, is because it has an extremely fast cast time. So I can just spam it in between for pretty much every single thing that I do. So I can always be topped up. I never want to find myself in a situation where my health is not at maximum. If my health isn't at maximum, I'm going to be in some amount of trouble. How much trouble? I don't know. It also includes healing up Albus Gladwin. So I want him to be at max as well, too. What's good for him is good for me. Okay. Dude, really? The first attack is hamstring. Get these guys dead. Ah, hamstring again. Oh, I forgot. It's not hamstring. It's crippling hit. So there's a hamstring immunity filigree in the game, and I feel bad for anybody that actually used it because hamstring is not the same as crippling hit. They're different effects. Therefore, if you have the hamstring immunity filigree, you will get hamstringed all the time because it uses the same symbol as hamstring, but it's called crippling hit in the game files, and therefore it doesn't work. And pretty much all monsters above like level 12 have crippling hit instead of hamstring. So it's basically a useless filigree because filigrees are epic only, and all the monsters in epics only use crippling hit and they don't use hamstring. So it's just straight up a trap. It's a noob trap. If you don't know that, you're gonna think it's working and it's not. Again, I don't like noob traps. Kind of wish SSG didn't make noob traps, but I guess they have to kind of put bad things in the game to make it so that like, you know, to teach you a lesson. I don't know, but yeah, I don't really like it when they intentionally put bad things in the game that don't work. Now, to be fair, it may not have been intentional. It may have just been a mistake, like they didn't know. But me and other people reported it during the time when it was released, so, and it didn't get fixed. Gonna put it on the back burner. Oh no, I got my magic dispelled. Do I need Death Ward? Probably, honestly. Do Death Ward, please? Thank you. Oh my god, I just don't want to die here. Okay, Disintegrate. I failed, but I lived. That's fine. Divine Crusader gives everyone Smite Evil, so it's not a new idea. What? I was talking about hamstring. What are you talking about with the Smite Evil? Oh, you're responding to Wolf Kobold. Sorry, I missed Wolf Kobold's thing entirely. It waters down being an arty even more? No, I disagree. I don't think it's going to water down being an arty even more because it gives you the extra charge tier with Artificer. What waters down Artificer is that charge speed is a deceptively bad statistic because you think that charge speed is really good because charge speed gives you increased charge speed. Like, obviously, that's really good. So you can fire your rune arm faster and do more damage with it. That's not what charge speed does. What charge speed does is it allows you to charge your rune arm faster, but the cooldown time on firing your rune arm is still 0.4 seconds per rune that you light up. So at max charge, it's 2 seconds on the cooldown. So you can charge up to max faster, but you still have to wait the whole 2 seconds no matter what your charge speed is, which makes it so that the epic moment is basically not good for rune arms at all, because it looks like it should be good, but it ends up not being good because you only get like 2 extra shots during it, even though it's 100% boost in your speed. And then you have the secondary problem of it's amazing if you just fire it at the minimum because you can just instantly fire your rune arm repeatedly, which lets you proc legendary green seal effects or any added damage from other items or effects that you have, and it makes the tier 1 rune arm shot amazingly powerful. But that has nothing to do with the charging speed because you're charging speed just pressing it right at the beginning anyway. Is that level 17 you do Sharn quests and then level 18 you take the saga, so you repeat the quests you've done earlier? I'm not sure what you mean, Yushi, but let's look at it together. I don't know exactly what you mean, but let me try to get... Let me, like, pull it up here. Quest list. Okay. So we're going to look at this together, because I'm not sure what you mean. I might have made a typo, so I don't know. Right? So at 17, right? So at 17, I do these quests. So the Sharn Saga, the main saga, has level 15 quests and level 16 quests in it. Level 15 quests, you get bonus XP if you do them at level 17. But if you do them at level 18, you no longer get bonus XP on the level 15 quests because you're doing it 3 levels over, and the game says, oh, you're 3 levels over, you're basically, it's too easy, so you take a big cut on your XP for doing it too many levels over. So by doing it at by character level 17, I can do these quests, the Sharn 15s, so that's Lost at Sea, Sharn Welcome, Red Rain, Best Laid Plan, Same Old Song, and all that stuff, without an XP penalty. So I don't take an XP penalty, and I get to do all of these adventures. Then when I turn to level 18, I can do no reruns, which is level 16 Sharn quest, so 16, 16, 16, 16, as well as 16, 16, 16, 16. And then that completes both the main saga, because this is from the main saga, which goes into this, and this is from the main saga. Right? So this plus this equals the main saga. And then I can do the 15s here, plus the 15s here, which is the Cogs saga. Does that make sense? So there's no quest repetition here, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, there's no quest repetition. You do like these adventures, then you level up, then you do these adventures, and you can collect all the sagas because you've now done the quests for the saga. Yeah, that's turn in. So maybe I should use the word turn in here to make it less confusing. Because my brain is like, oh, just take it. But yeah, we can turn it in. So maybe turn in is the better word. Turn in. Turn in. For XP. Here we go. For XP. So that'll be super duper clear. So hopefully this will be wicked clear. But if it's still confusing, let me know, and I will do my best to try to make it easier to understand. Okay, so that's all the 21s I want to do. So now we move up to 22. So let's go do Vaughn 3 and 4. Before I do that, I need water. If the rune arm cooldown speed was affected by charge speed, it would be fun. So the same ending at 28. Last 2 levels can be gained from sagas. They haven't changed anything about XP in the whole game, so yes. They have not changed any of those numbers, so nothing should be different. Because, what do you call it? Big Mountain is worth just shy of 1,000,000 XP, and all the sagas is just shy of 1,000,000 XP. So it's like 2,000,000 XP right there, somewhere around there. All right, I'll be right back and use the bathroom and get some more water. What could go wrong? Yeah, just join up. You might not be able to join it because I think a lot of the raids have level lockouts, but if you can, why not? What's somebody gonna do? They're gonna stop you? Yay! By city loading screens? Thank you. I didn't actually do this in heroic, so I might as well get the elite completion here for that extra favor. Extra favor.
The stone bridge.
Okay, so this quest has beholders. Beholders are like kind of dangerous because they have a lot of abilities on them. Fortunately for me, I have anti-beholder spray, which is greater color spray, which is pretty good. The only thing I'm worried about in this quest, pretty much at all, is the final boss fight. The final boss fight is going to be a little spooky because I have to deal with the big Marut, and he can be kind of nerve-wracking, so we'll see how that goes. Anyways, let's move on here. You might notice I'm also aggroing everything. The reason why I'm aggroing everything is because I can just go, whoop, everything dies, and then I go in the quest, which makes this completion way faster and way easier. I don't have to like wait around for all the monsters to do stuff. Alright, so we'll do this, get that active, we'll get you casting a spell, arcane spell failure, no problem, it's a 1 in 5. So I'm gonna fail these spells pretty regularly, we're good. At some point in the future, once I hit level 24, I should be able to do less item swaps, because I can get myself a wisdom augment and put it into my helmet, and then I have charisma, and I don't have to do any item swaps at that point. But for now, I'm still kind of limited on my character's kind of stuck to item swapping, so we'll kind of keep doing that. Also, I need to make sure I have Death Ward in here. Even though a lot of the beholders will take away my Death Ward, I need to make sure I have it, because if I don't, then I will get negative level drained by a lot of the shaman that are in here, which is very dangerous. These guys just hit me real bad. Go away. Okay, so for this, you run against this door. That's really the trick here. Just sprint into the door. You don't take any damage from the force traps, and then you try to kill everything. Now, the drow in here don't really have any crazy poison attacks like the drow of the Underdark, so they're much less dangerous than the drow of the Underdark, but they're still dangerous. So you don't like, you don't want to treat them like they're not there. Also, I can now disable these traps for XP. Beholders are just terrible. Yeah, beholders are spooky, man. They'll kick your butt. Okay, got this guy. We're good. As far as, like, beholders go, I'm not super worried about it. I might get more worried as we go, but I actually have a trick up my sleeve that's going to help against the beholders tremendously. You guys will see it soon. In their eyes? That's currently the plan, yeah. Just put the laser pointers in. This room kind of sucks, just because there's a lot of monsters here, and you get surrounded, and the scorpions ignore concealment. Because scorpions have tremor sense, just like spiders, so they ignore concealment. So they just get you. They always know where you are. Also, I'm annoyed by some of these wizards because they can cast Dispel Magic on you, which is why I want to get them ahead of time. Max range bow shot of them when you did this quest. Honestly, not a bad idea. I can max range some of the beholders. I'm not sure I'm going to deal against the last beholder, but most of these should be fine. My saves are also high enough that I should be able to resist pretty much all the effects the beholders throw at me as well. So the downside is I'm not like that high ranged that I can stay away from them all of the time. For me, an unfortunate part of this character is I don't actually have any good offensive spells. So the fact that I have Enlarge, which would normally be very good here, doesn't work with the fact that I don't have, like, an instant kill or some big range damage spell or big range crowd control spell. My crowd control is Greater Color Spray. As much as I like Greater Color Spray, it is not a range spell. Working Prediction. Oh, you want to see if am I going to die to beholders? I'm sure I can set that up for you if you want. Here, why not? We haven't done a prediction in like a day. Okay, let's do this. Strim Tom, die to beholder. Oh, shit. Fuck. Man, I have to go back and res this guy, and that's annoying. Oh, I forgot about the thing that was coming through the door. My bad. Well, and I got hamstringed before they died. That's one of the worst effects. There you go. You got a minute. Go for it. Why does every monster in Dungeons & Dragons Online have hamstring? Fuck. God, I hate hamstring. Dude, can he not get up here? Because he can't path up? Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. His character's currently stuck. He can't path up. He's not even teleporting either. He was ignoring the pull
Quest
from the
completed.
from like
Keep
the soul
winning,
stone.
son.
I didn't even know he could do that. Okay, he's alive. We're good. Yo, thanks Chinese Balin. Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Have been a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. What's up? Welcome back for 29 months. This has been a bit, but not in DDO. Is that right? They might not in DDO. I know the spiders do for sure. Disable the traps? I disabled some of the traps. There's a lot of traps in here. I'm pretty sure they do. If the wiki says they don't, there's a possibility that they don't. But I'm pretty sure they do. I know spiders do for sure. Just by running that multiple times? Yeah, because the Marut is... That's why you wait there at the door, because he's yelling at you. He's like, you can't do anything. You cannot pass. Fine, you shall. And then he resurrects the things to get you. Imagine a pet class in DDO? That's okay.
There's a lot of things I'd rather imagine instead of that. I think I'd rather imagine someone hitting my computer with a hammer. That'd be more fun. I'm not a pet class player. I like being in control of my things. Also, the AI doesn't work in this game. And you're like, yeah, but you should imagine. You know how much imagination I need for that? Holy moly. They can imagine a new piece of original art. Yeah, right. I don't have that power. I am yet an empty vessel. They could make pets in DDO a little bit better if they made them completely immune to all damage and untargetable by enemy AI. If they did that, then they might get a little bit. They might be a little better.
You see signs of ancient architecture in the halls ahead. The tribe must be living in the ruins of an older civilization.
Okay. Get this guy over here because the seers are dangerous. Oh, he resurrected himself, but he doesn't have Death Ward. Amazing. I'm just kind of nervous about Chachar Luride. Or Chaktar. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, but it sucks. He is dangerous. Would you smash computer with a hammer, preferably while streaming? Yeah, probably. Oh no, Ornery Works was slain by Gorlin. As I said, guys, please stop doing black and blue. The dragon hits really hard. Harder than you think he does. Like, in World of Warcraft, the way that pets work is pets always stand behind the boss. Pets take very small amounts of AoE damage, and basically, if you're in any type of dungeon or group type environment, your pets are effectively just immune and have additional health and stats. Like they just like give you a little bit of extra damage and they use some of your abilities. So you don't really have a pet when you're in a raid, you only have a pet when you're on the landscape. In a raid, it's just you press a button that does damage. Like if you press kill command, that's because that's the damage button that just goes through. Power. Then your pets become as powerful than you or more powerful. Yeah, but they're less powerful. The reason why people say that melees can't play in the higher Reaper tiers is because they don't know how to position. They probably played a melee. They went into a Reaper dungeon or something. They stood in the middle of the monster pack or in front of all the monsters. They got AoE'd down from the other melee creatures, and then they died. And so the problem is that the stats aren't nearly as important as being able to know where to stand to prevent yourself from taking damage. And so the main issue is that even if the pets had 10 times your stats, they still wouldn't do a whole lot. Because unless they're one-shotting stuff, they're still going to get murdered by monsters because they can't position properly. So stand where the tank is? That's correct. You're not supposed to stand on... I know this is new for a lot of people, but yeah, you're not supposed to stand where the tank is standing. That's a 6-7 month old clip. Or what's in that one? I know. This is a new one for many, but yeah. Right. I need to do this. Be the best. That's why Falconry and Fate Archaeologist make really good pets in DDO. They work exactly like you would want them to work. 100 times their stats. Honestly, probably still not good enough. There's the werewolves you can summon from the legendary Wolf Whistle. They have about 60,000 hit points. And they do a reasonable amount of damage. They get annihilated in Reaper mode. 60,000 hit points. Means nothing. Just ripped through.
In the distance, you hear a strange and evil meaning.
Don't look at me, please. I don't cast spells. It's only spell-like abilities, so I actually don't need to worry about them stripping away my ability to cast spells, but I hate them stripping away my buffs. It's very annoying. So the hard part about this, for me, is if I get negative leveled. And again, it's not because the damage is hard to deal with, it's just annoying. This is not a red name, so we're good. Gotcha. I said I'm not really worried about this.
How did my whole speech about how I need subs to get this stream going, if you like the content blah blah blah, how'd that get 0 subs? There are regulars here. $5 a month.
That's right.
How do you have hours of time to watch me and not $5?
That's right, $5.
I don't know, what are you doing with your life where you have hours of time to watch Twitch and not $5 to provide for the content you're watching?
That's right.
Because it's like people really don't respect
Preach.
me as a content creator.
Preach. Oh, don't worry. I didn't need you to tell me people don't respect me as a content creator. Known that one for a while. Yo, Bobby, welcome back to the stream team. Preach this word. You've had a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing very, very, very well. I'm excited because there's a new sound that plays when people sub. And at some point, people are going to be able to hear it, so it'll be cool. Welcome back for 28 months. It's cool. That's like a year and another year, and then you're going on a 3rd year. Damn, dude. There's another beholder down here? There's so many beholders in this room. My gosh. My goodly gosh. Speed and negative levels? Yeah, that's very annoying. I actually don't have to kill these beholders, but I'm already here, you know what I mean? Where'd the other one go? Hey.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Oh, destroyed. Also, Mustang, get to the sub! Welcome to Stream Team Wanderlust TV. It's very kind of you, Mustang. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Appreciate the support. I'm glad to have you here. Thanks. And Wanderlust, welcome. Enjoy ad-free viewing on the old stream. Hopefully learn the importance of spell absorb. Okay, wait, what is this? What is this clip? Okay, hold on. I don't remember this, but I'm on the opposite side, so this is good. So what is this clip? Okay, if you are going to fight the monsters, when should you be doing that? Where should you be standing, right? So like right now, you know, where should somebody be standing? They should be behind the boss on the exact opposite side. That's where you want to be. If you're going to be in melee range with a boss, you want to be behind the boss. I forgot that happened. Oh my god, you don't want to stand in the hostile magic. You don't want in melee range with a boss, you want to be behind the boss. You don't want to stand in the hostile magic. You don't want to stand in the hostile magic, folks. You don't want to do that. Oh, I forgot about that clip. It's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Clusters of giant mushrooms grow more sparse as you emerge from the beholder.
The circles also do nothing if you don't stand in them. It works very well. I would highly recommend it. If you're like on the fence whether you should or shouldn't stand in them, just don't.
Leap into the waterfall. There will be no turning back.
That one gets you every time. I don't have Death Ward. This guy could be really dangerous. I don't remember what he does. Yes. I see. Okay. Ah, thank you, Faithful Hireling. I agree. I also think Spell Absorb's kind of bad. It's not like a lazy mechanic. It's just one of those mechanics that, like, you never actually want to have on your gear. You want to have, like, a swap, and it's, like, unreasonably effective for one item. It's very, very, very powerful. It's also not clear what does and doesn't work with Spell Absorb, so you have to like trial and error Spell Absorb with everything, which is just like not the most fun way to experience the game. That being said, I'm not saying that people that use Spell Absorb are doing anything wrong, because obviously it's in the game and it's very powerful, so you should use Spell Absorb when given the opportunity in different situations. But I agree, I don't really like Spell Absorb as a mechanic. It's like a lot of the spell stealing and stuff in like old World of Warcraft, where like spell absorb 99% of the time is either not good or detrimental, because what will happen with spell absorb is it'll absorb an effect you actually want to get or something that you actually wanted to have happen to you. And then there's situations where you need to know when to swap it in. And there's all sorts of like the scarabs of absorption that are like the rare items that give you spell absorb, which are also kind of goofy. Yeah. I'm gonna be in the inner circle if you're not in the circle. Honestly, true say. Great question. Just on hardcore? Yeah, probably. Impossible? Why would they be impossible? Okay, here we go. Horrid wilting, eh? I didn't know we did that. Now we're going to stand back here and hit this guy with daggers. And he's going to die. The Greater Ribbon? Oh, yeah. True. Go grab milk today? What do you mean you have to go grab milk? I feel like that should be self-explanatory, but I'm like, grab milk? I guess you got to go to the store. Maybe if it's like your turn to grab milk. You know, you're the last one who left it in the fridge. You ever do that? Where you go to the fridge and you look in the fridge and you find out that there's like an empty carton of milk in the fridge? Oh, I hate that. Empty carton of milk in the fridge? It's enough to make a man go crazy. There's someone's garage. It's called farm sharing? Herd sharing? Oh, that's cool. That's sick. That's awesome. Yeah, it's your turn. Go get him. Fresh milk. Another roller like a man. Let's see if we can win this wager. No, I ran away. Why would you bet thinking that I was going to throw my character into the wood chipper?
This great hall is flanked by towering statues from a lost age. Vale chose a dramatic battleground for her.
Yeah, that's an emote.
Against the inevitable.
The emote has a very, you know, it's very direct, as the kids say. I'm neutral, so I actually can't get Order's Wrath. So this fight, I will lose if he gets in a melee range with me. That's how it works. If this guy gets in a melee range with me, I die. Nothing else he does is dangerous, but if he melees me, I'll die. Because he has Thunder Punch, which causes a stun, and I can't get away from it. So I'm just going to keep running backwards here and banking on the idea that he won't be able to get close enough to actually get me. And everything should be okay. Need your flask? Hold on. I'm not dead yet. It's not over. Okay. In case, I'm going to use the Masterful Displacement so he can't hit me anyway. It should be okay. Because I believe with Masterful Displacement, he can't stun me with Thunder Punch. I believe. Also, Thunder Punch is a sonic move here, but obviously in Pokemon, Thunder Punch is an electric type move. So clearly the developers have never played Pokemon. And that's Fawn 3 done. Sulu. Yeah, I had Blurry because my character was using Master Illusionist, which is an ability gives me 95% concealment, which is very good. It's a big cooldown. Alright, anyway. I don't know why anyone would think that I would die to that, but no, obviously I didn't die. Collect those points. Now the next quest is where my last character died. Big sad. Very upset. Again, the biggest problem with like leveling solo for me is like, this is not terribly challenging, but man, is it slow. It do be slower. How many times I did die of the Doom Reaper with old meld active? Yeah, but it's so good. I love meld. What an ability. RIP. Like, I'm very, very happy that it's gone. And they should never make anything like that and put that in the video game ever again. Please. But man, what a good ability. Oopsie. I was like staring at that. I'm like, something is wrong. Why am I doing that? Oh, right. I need Deathward, man. I don't even know if I need Deathward for this quest, but like just in case I do, I always am gonna get the guy that has Deathward. Like, there's just a chance I need Deathward. Good. What's old meld? So meld into darkness was an ability out of Shadow Dancer that gave you 100% dodge for 15 seconds on a 2-minute cooldown. And everybody in the entire game could get it. It was just an ability. It was a twist in the old Epic Destiny system, so every single player in the game could have it. So what it would do is you would just press it, and then it made you basically immune to physical attacks for 15 seconds every 2 minutes. And the issue was not that something like that existed. The problem was because it was so easy to get, everybody could get it, and so basically everyone did get it. So then what happened is a lot of people, again, it's the same thing with Melee, a lot of people use it as like their crutch. Instead of learning how to actually play the game and like stand in the proper places that didn't take damage, they would just press the key, ignore the mechanics, and ignore the fact that the monsters were actually dangerous, and then stand in front of them. So when the ability goes away, a lot of people now suddenly have no way to play the game because the way that they played the game before is gone. It was also a very, very good tank cooldown, but the reason why I'm happy with it being gone is it's just an ability that pretty much you either took it and you were a god, or you didn't take it, and then everyone's like, why didn't you take it? It was again, it wasn't like there was not a lot of choice involved. Like, that's me. That's my issue. Is that everybody had it. If it was something that was, like, special to Shadow Dancer, like a tier 5 or a tier 6 where you couldn't multi-class it, then that's kind of cool, because it's now, like, where you couldn't twist it. Then it's, like, at least it's a more interesting ability. But, yeah. It was, yeah, ghostly. It wasn't dodge. Dodge hasn't been reduced by Reaper mode. It's the reason why they wanted to reduce dodge in Isle of Dread, because they wanted Isle of Dread, all the dinosaurs to have dodge penetration, and also for all the Isle of Dread monsters to have dodge. For those that didn't play on the beta for Isle of Dread, they were originally going to have all of the dinosaurs with like 10 to 15% dodge all of the time. And they're like, yeah, and they put dodge penetration to like a couple areas. Oh, shoot, I'm not strong enough for this? Like, can I pick this lock? Please tell me I can pick this lock. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, good. Whew! I don't have a ranged weapon, so I would have had to restart and do the quest again. Which is kind of funny. Ah, crippling hit. I love you. What's that? I can barely progress through the adventure? I love that. Yeah, but anyway, they made it so all of the monsters in Isle of Dread had dodge and dodge penetration, which inherently I don't mind. They just didn't do the setup for it. So, like, I don't hate that monsters can dodge and monsters can have dodge penetration, but because they didn't have any setup for it, it would just made it so all the monsters dodged all the time. And it just made it impossible to hit them, and there was, like, no way to get dodge penetration except for, like, a couple very small ways in small areas. It was, like... And this is, like, kind of a common, like, SSG problem, where they have a good idea that is smart, but it requires prep work, and then they just don't do the prep work. So they'll be like... So another great example is, like, this XP thing, right? Changing around the XP to make it so it's more valuable to fight the monsters in the quest that you fight along the area is good. That's a good goal. And I like it, and I support it. So, like, instead of running past all these monsters, you're like, oh, I guess I will fight them, because it's part of the adventure. You know, I'm going to engage with the content. Again, I think most people can get behind that. But they didn't do the legwork and realize that you just making the adjustments in the way that they wanted to do it would have catastrophic outcomes for the entire game. But it's okay. They have a better idea now, so. At the very least with this, and I will say this, they've also been very receptive to feedback. And this is why when people go like, SSG never listens to feedback, they totally walk back the dodge thing based on player feedback, and they're completely adjusting the XP thing to the point where it's probably going to be an XP buff. So before somebody says SSG never listens to feedback, they do listen to feedback. Those are direct references to things that SSG has listened to feedback about. Where they made a mistake, and then they were all good. Oh, yeah. Fortunately, you can still get dodge penetration right now, which I value. I think dodge penetration is very, very good. It's a good stat, especially when Hero Souls and, what are the other things that exist? Hero Souls and Beast Marks. Yeah, exactly. So as I said, I think that the, you know, I'm happy that SSG does take feedback, and they do respond to feedback. I also want Albus Gladwin to be alive. Yeah, I've also said this before. I don't really care too much about like the individual game balance in terms of like, you know, melees versus casters versus whatever. Like, I care about it a little bit, but it's more of the question of like fun. Like, is everything fun? Then we're good. Like, if melees and casters aren't on the same levels, or like melee range and caster aren't on the same level, but they all still feel fun, then there's no real problem. And melee does feel fun for the most part. It's just when you have like 2 spellcasters in your group and then you're playing as a melee, oh man. You basically just wait till you get to the final boss so you can hit something. Mackerel. Fun in one sentence. I mean, I can't, but somebody can probably. There are some people that like ranged characters, okay? They exist.
Even through your clothing and
And it's also okay to have like certain things being in like the like kind of having their time in the sun. It's kind of like it's like the cycle, right? Balance in a lot of video games like this is a cycle. Some things are better than others at different times. Gotta hope that the thing you like as the cycle. Could use some mod check. Yeah, if you can ranged, I will say this, ranged play in a group at level 32 with full gear is pretty fun. Can confirm. All other circumstances, no. But range play in a group at the level cap, actually pretty cool. I do like that. Alright, so now we jump up here, because you can. Did you know you can jump up this side, and you can go climb up the behind, so that way you don't have to do any of the traps or anything on the other section. You have to fight the boss in the middle, and you can skip all of that. Whoa, pro tip. Instead of strike through, they should have probably add melee. Okay, hold on. Can you explain that? What do you mean, Boldnificent? What is melee splash damage, and why is strike through not that? Strike through is you hit more than one person in front of you, which is pretty good.
a heavy lever locks into position, opening one of the north wing gates.
Yeah, strike through is very, very good. You may not be aware of this, but before they added strike through to the game, they did have melee splash damage in the form of glancing blows, and it was very bad. Because glancing blows did AoE damage to all nearby targets, but it only did the damage, it didn't carry any of the secondary effects, and it didn't critically strike. So what would happen is you would critically strike an enemy for like 40,000 damage, and glancing blow someone for like 500. Whereas in this one, you just do 40,000 damage to 3 people, sometimes 4. Yeah, glancing blows were definitely an inferior system for DDO. I can kind of see where you're coming from, but as somebody who played with glancing blows and then strike through, much, much, much better for video game. Strike through changes, like, they changed everything. It is probably one of the most impactful melee changes ever in the history of DDO. Is the strike through changes. That was insane. It completely changed two-handed combat. Two-handed combat was relegated to single target only and pretty much only in animal form. Barbarians, you know, everybody was dual wielding and single weapon fighting, and it was really hard to justify using a two-hander at any time during the entire game. You used to ignore the two-handed fighting feat line and just take the cleave feats because they were better. Like that's how much glancing blows changed the entire landscape of the game. Or sorry, strike through changed the landscape. Critical success on a 4. Okay, so we're good. I was worried I wasn't gonna land. Do I need a shrine? Just in case. Yep. Damn Dungeons is hard in Epic Elite and Beyond the Rift. Oh, they do. They definitely do. Okay, I want Greater Hero. So, how do we get it? We do this, 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 this. Ah, failure. Oh. Oh, failure. Why is this not putting on? What the heck? I clicked that like twice. I need a 4. Please, video game, please give me the 4. Ah, and then this expires and I get the 5. I need a 10. Ah, beautiful. I would dislike Threnal less if they just made Threnal, if they just got rid of the Coil quest and made them all level 10. I would do Threnal. If they got rid of the Protect Coil quest and all the quests were level 10, I would do Threnal all the time. Like how I do Temple of Elemental Evil now all the time, because they made them all like 1 level and also split it up into like an actual quest pack. Yeah, when it comes to hitting mobs with strike through, I mean, that's also just an issue of DDO mob clumping, is that like you only have so much of an arc when you're attacking things. So there are definitely going to be situations where you're just kind of missing because the clump doesn't hit. Admittedly, I haven't really played higher than 200% strike through. I've never gone for 300% strike through characters. Doesn't really play a lot of barbarians. Also, I don't really value strike through that heavily as a stat. I kind of just take all the feats when I play two-handers. I don't get anything more than that. I know some people go more heavily into the strike through. I don't personally.
Control room key, just where Haywire said it would be. A turn of the key, an iron dog.
Fireball them. You crit as far as that goes, depending on how stat the area. Well, if there's no target limit, so basically if glancing blows, or whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, just did a percentage of the main hit's damage, while also carrying all of the secondary effects and everything else, then you then go to the opposite side where it's basically you want strike through with no cap limit is what you want. You want strike through to hit all targets. But yeah. Is what you're saying. You want strike through, but you want it to have no cap on target limit. We got a lot of previews for Lamania. What is really coming in U60, and do we know when it will drop? We do not know when Update 60 will drop, but we do know that they're doing another Lamania for Update 60, and apparently the next Lamania for Update 60 will be somewhere around the 18th, I think they said. So they're going to be taking 2 weeks to work on some new things before they kind of show it off again on Lamania. July 18th, by the way, is when we're getting the new store, which means we're not going to be able to preview the new store before it releases. So I can't really give you any feedback about what it's going to look like, what it's going to do, because again, we don't know until we get there.
Guards falls in a heap of battered metal. Now it's time to end this
Yeah, the problem is I don't like that style of balance for me personally, so my personal taste. I don't like everything goes up. I think there are times where sometimes things need to go down. And so one of the things that where stuff needs to go down is spellcaster AoE damage. I would actually rather SSG reduced AoE spellcaster damage instead of increasing AoE damage in other areas to make it feel like spellcasters. Because then if you do that, then there's never a reason to run a ranged character or anything, because it's like, well, melees and spellcasters do this thing, so now we gotta have a ranged equivalent and then another equivalent, and you just play this game of catch-up, where it's like, this is just clearly an outlier and it's something they should adjust and fix. But I can see where you're coming from. That was also what I wanted initially before Strike Through. I just think Strike Through fits better as like a unique system for DDO. I think that different weapon types and different combat styles having different abilities, like spellcasters being able to affect everything and Strike Through allowing you to hit multiple targets but not everything, gives you at least a big enough difference that they feel like different styles of gameplay. Lemania is the preview server where they preview content ahead of time. Store to be uber shit. I don't see any reason why, just the expectation. Yeah. They still haven't answered the question if you're able to buy stuff while you have VIP, which is just a feature they should fix. It should let you buy things you own in VIP. And if you can't do that in the new store, then I don't know if we're ever going to get that feature. Which means I hope you guys enjoy sending tickets to customer service. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should just get a bunch of DDO points and then go through all the things I don't own from the VIP package and then just on stream submit like 40 tickets to customer service to be like, hey, can you buy all these things for me? Because I can't. But then it's just going to clog up the customer service line. I guess it's to make a point, but yeah. In protest. DDO characters have always done a lot more damage than pen and paper characters because Dungeons & Dragons Online is a video game, and the best way to interact with Dungeons & Dragons in a video game setting is through combat. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. What an item. Oh, what a piece of equipment. That's good. Yeah, even in like the beginning of DDO, characters are already doing like way more damage.
2 minutes until self-destruct.
Yeah, it's pretty good. To be in range taking damage from the monster is easy, so thematically for a balance should be stronger because it's riskier in your opinion. Right. But okay, so again, I'm gonna keep playing devil's advocate here just because I fundamentally don't agree, but I also I think there's some pieces missing. So are you saying melee is weaker than casters? You're saying melee should be stronger, so then that means by definition melee has to be weaker. But the problem with DDO is the specificity. The reason why that matters is because when you need damage, especially single target damage per second, casters are not even in the room. They don't even get to come. They don't get the invitation. They sit on the sidelines. They're like, coach, put me in. And they're like, no, it's okay. You're not allowed to come in. Like, if you try to bring, like, a sorcerer to, like, a Reaper 3 raid, unless you're, like, a crowd control sorcerer, what are you doing? You're gonna run out of mana, and then it's over. The problem is that DDO is circumstantial. And so not circumstantial, but there's so many different situations in which one thing is better than another or worse than another. And so it gets really, really complicated and this is why, like, balance is really weird. I don't think it's fun to play dual-wielding characters without AoE during the leveling process. But it is fun to play dual-wielding characters without AoE at level 32 because of how much single target damage you can deal and how entertaining that feeling can be. So the trade-off is that it doesn't feel fun at one point, but it feels fun at another point. It's not my favorite trade-off, and I wish they could make it more balanced. And I would like them to work on that. But I think homogenizing everything and just making everything do everything is not the best. That's like the World of Warcraft answer, where it's like, oh, some classes have better AoE than others. Cool, let's just give every class AoE. All right, cool. And some classes have better single target than others. Cool, let's just make every class good at single target. It's like, okay, good. Yeah, and some classes have defensive cooldowns. Cool, let's just make every class have defensive cooldowns. You can do that. It's just not my preferred method of doing things. I like it when things have specific identities, which is kind of cool. The downside is that then, as I said, there's... like it's... and again, this is why it's the trade-off. I talk about this all the time. But Dungeons & Dragons Online is a video game that a lot of people don't emulate. A lot of other game companies don't emulate. And there's a reason for that. Because making everything kind of feel the same is really successful. It's a very good strategy. But yeah. Like classic more than retail? Yeah, I can see that. Think the gap could be closer? Oh, for sure. I just think that making it so that two-handers can one-shot every pack, like spellcasters can one-shot every pack, is like not the right approach. I think it's going the opposite direction. Okay, I gotta go get an augment. Okay, do I have enough remnants for an augment? Okay. It's not dumbing the game down. I just think that I'm a believer in sometimes you gotta nerf stuff. I know that makes people mad because everybody is buff only, buff only, buff only. Not speaking about you specifically, Baldnificent, but there's a huge buff only crowd where it's like you can never nerf only buff. And I'm like, I don't know, nerfs are good a lot of the time. You just gotta get something in line. Okay, I'm gonna put 2 in here. I think it could be closer, yeah. Hate how homogenous WoW classes are. As I said, it's a part of the game design. It is what it is. Alright, so I'm gonna go to the Remnant guy. I'm gonna type in here Wisdom. +9, it's good enough for me. And now I have my Wisdom. And then we're gonna take this helmet that I got. Is it the helmet? Yeah, it's this helmet. I'm gonna augment it with the Wisdom augment. So now I get Wisdom 9 as opposed to Wisdom 6. And now I get mana, resistance, wisdom. Boom. So I just got 200 mana from putting on this helmet because of how much mana that gave me, and bonuses to all my saves. But also a lot of it comes from like DDO's core design in terms of how a lot of the encounters are structured as well, which we've talked about. But like one of the main issues with DDO's encounter structure is that the monsters are dropped in these big balls. So all the monsters are just in these big packs. They're not in different places. So as a result, you don't need single target damage. You just need AoE damage to burn everything down as fast as possible. But if the game had a different design in terms of where the monsters were placed in encounters, I don't need this face cloak anymore, so I might actually put this on when I get there. But because of DDO's current design being, what I just said, you run into the problem of, do I really need this? It is content and vitality. If I can get death block somewhere, I could maybe buy a death block item. Dodge and death block, but this is lower level. Damn. If that was a current chest piece, that'd be sick. But yeah, one of the problems is DDO's monster design, where the monsters are kind of placed in a big circle. If monster packs had like a few smaller monsters and like 1 or 2 big monsters in each pack, your AoE strategy wouldn't work as well, and it would make the single target strategies work a lot better. So more variety in monster packs. If the monsters weren't put, basically if every monster wasn't put within an area the size of this carpet, just standing in a circle, so you could just hit them with one big spell, that would also solve a lot of DDO's problems. If like the monsters were here and there and there and there and there. But modern DDO quest design has had a reasonable impact on the way that the game is portrayed, and then they just kind of leaned into it. Well, hold on. And I think this is fair. SSG has been doing better with some of the more modern quest design. So, some of the more recent quest chains have had better monster placement. And especially the ones that I play, a lot of the ones that I played on the preview were quite good. So not every quest has that same standard stock, same area. I look at a quest like, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but best laid plans. Except for the part where you have to fight the waves of enemies that get called in, the rest of the quest is these patrols that are going around, they're tagging stuff, you have like all these different like static objects and encounters you fight as you go along. Best laid plans, if it wasn't for the fact that it was filled with annoying monsters and technicians, actually has really good enemy placement. Which is really upsetting to have to say. Can I get a death block augment somewhere? I might actually have a death block augment just because I don't want to buy one at the DDO store, but I would buy a death block augment at the DDO store. But can I get one somewhere? Or can I get death block bracers? Oh, I can just get death block bracers. Yeah, I can buy on the auction house. Auction house. Oh. Yeah. Death block. 24. Jewelry. Wrists. Yes. Of dodge? Yes. With hidden sheltering 20? Yes. That's the best item I ever saw in my life. Oh my god. Oh baby, look at that. Look at this item. Can I use this yet? Oh, it's level 26. So I can't use it. Okay, cool. Oh, buddy. Look at that. When I get to level 26, it's gonna be good. Yeah, it doesn't even have the sheltering on there, but it just has got it. Oh, beautiful. Just gonna put all these pieces together once I get there. Vitality, Constitution, Elect Resistance. Look at that extra armor class. It's gonna be great. Untactical and dumb? Yep. I have to assume that's because of probably just some amount of crunch. Where they had to get monsters out, or like more, they wanted to get the same amount of content, but they couldn't put the same amount of time into it. And so the solution to the problem was, like, you have to cut a corner somewhere. So where do you cut a corner? And then specific placement in quests seemed to be like the place where they cut the corner. Okay. What am I putting my points into next? So I could get rid of Unyielding Sentinel and take it to the tree, and then that would allow me to use the resistances and stuff here. But I don't know what to do about that, so we'll hold on that for now. I think it's time to go to Evening Star. I should have gotten a key. Well, I got a key now.
The gatekeepers, a special druidic order, are looking for you in the great chamber.
Also, it's crazy warm, so I'm sweating a lot.
Of shadows.
So I'm getting up to get water a little bit more normal, or a little bit more than normal. Hot and sweaty. Dead by Daylight since they're doing a Nicolas Cage expansion. Why would they do a Nick Cage expansion? Are they just putting him in the game? Amazing. I saw that Nicolas Cage movie, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I have to say, delightful. What a great movie. It exceeded my expectations very well. Very entertaining. It definitely seems like a movie that's going to suck, but I enjoyed it. Was it the best movie ever? Nah, but it held my attention through the end, no problem. Nick Cage does a good job too. I mean, to be fair, he was playing Nicolas Cage, so the bar was low. There we go. And I got 5 additional hit points and a spotted wolf pup. Oh, baby. All right, cool. So now, I guess we do these quests. Archers can fit in placement? Mm-hmm. It does. Yeah. It was a good film. Yeah, I had to destroy the puppy. I can't keep it. I asked my mom and she said no. You can't have a puppy. You're not done until you get more responsible. And trust me, that shit's not happening. Oh, well, I'm new to DDO and want to ask, is there a bag for potions like bag for gems? There are no potion bags. The problem with the idea of having a potion bag is that if the item is in a bag, you can't use it. So it kind of like defeats the purpose of the bag. Because you can hold on to it, but then that's under the assumption that you don't need the potion like in combat. And the cool thing about potions is they give you a lot of value in combat. So if you have a bag for potions, and then you go to use the potion bag, you have to, they're like, oh crap, I got blinded by a monster. You're in combat, you're blind. I need to roll a 2 to succeed. I love this video game. Anyway, you're blind, you're in combat. What do? You have to then go into your inventory, click inventory, double click potion bag, find the blindest potion, click it, drag it out of your inventory, and drink it, while you are also trying not to die at the same time. So potion bag kind of has like the inherent problem of when you need it, it's not as valuable. Now, obviously, you won't always have that sense of urgency, but you also don't need to hold on to every potion in DDO. It's kind of like a lesson to know which potions are better than others. Generally, a potion that removes a condition is very good, and generally potions that have short-term bonus effects are not as good. So, for example, a potion of mage armor, usually not as good, because you'll be able to find like equipment that gives you the bonus, or you can usually, if you're a character like that, you can cast the spell, like a wizard or something that doesn't have armor equipped. But a potion of like resist fire, is that going to be useful? Maybe not all of the time, but maybe you get into a fight with a hobgoblin and you go, oh snap, this guy hit me with a fire spell. Oh god. And then you want to throw it on. But it can be difficult to know which ones are better. So it's a tough call. But yeah, so anyway, that was a long-winded explanation just to say no, there are no potion bags. I didn't need to go into that much detail, but that's the type of thing that I do here. Which one scheduling the crusading hunting crusader hunting a witch down? Sure it's gonna be good. Oh, I've never heard of that one. No air conditioning? Oh no, we have air conditioning, it's just a heat wave. Even with air conditioning, the heat comes in. You can't keep the heat out. That's not how that works. Especially because it's the humidity that gets you. You think you do, but you don't. Yeah. It's one of those things where it sounds like a good idea, but as long as you just know which potions you want to have and then put them somewhere. I do sound like that guy, don't I? You think you do, but you don't. Yeah. Yeah, it's heat mitigation. That's a good way to think about it. It's heat mitigation. It's not perfect, but it damn if it doesn't try to get the job done. I'm so glad Albus Gladwin is just tanking this guy instead of me. Hey, streamer, do you have to answer the same question over and over? Not usually, which is nice. Usually I get to answer a lot of different questions over and over. It's usually not the same question. It's like there's like a host of questions that I answer over and over. Here, heat sink, it's a thermal paste. That's just a fan, but yeah, that could work. Oh god, I do not do a lot of damage. This is where it's going to start to get a little slower. Or do you have to answer the same questions over and over? No, not usually. I find it's usually a smattering of different questions, and not usually the same questions. It's usually a smattering of different ones. Like it's a smaller subsection, or like it's a subset of questions that usually get asked repeatedly over and over. I wouldn't say it's the same one. People have similar problems, but yeah.
Opens a door to the quarantine area. You go. The quarantine area smells.
As I mentioned before, one of the things that, you know, kind of solidifies me in the streaming space and in the DDO space is the fact that I kind of do answer a lot of people's questions about the game, and I help people get started, and I help people figure out how to play and what to do. which is good. I like helping people with their experiences and to give people good experiences. So these are all good things. I'm not unhappy about this. It does end up leading itself to the point where sometimes I'll just spend like 2 hours without having an original thought, mostly just answering people's questions about the video game, which again is not necessarily a bad thing, but it can be mentally draining sometimes. At which point sometimes I just gotta like start kicking and screaming. Be like, oh, just make noises, and eventually everyone goes away. Because of answering the same question multiple times. You see, you would think so, but again, it's usually a subset of the smaller amount of questions that get answered multiple times. So, no, it's not like the same question every time, but it's usually like the same like 5 to 6 questions every time that I get asked usually. Kind of want one of the iconics Forgotten Realms of the Deity. You definitely need one of them. So it's not a kind of want, it's a definite need. You need to use one. A good starter is the classic 6. Oh, you don't have to use 6, but you want to go like maybe like 8 barbarian, like 2 or 3 fighter, something like that, and then, or no, it's like 6 cleric, 2 fighter, 12 barbarian. You go strength based. You go 6 cleric for the Sylvanas. You go 2 fighters, so you can get access to like action boost haste and stuff. And then you mostly just use the barbarian frenzied berserker tree as your main tree. You just kind of crush people with all strength. It's usually the way you would do that. How does stacking work? Always difficult. Actually, disagree. I don't think that's actually a #1 DDO question. And the main reason is because one of the problems with Dungeons & Dragons Online and a lot of the more complicated video games is that you don't know what questions to ask. So I don't get a lot of stacking questions when people are getting started. They're not like asking, oh, does this stack or does this stack? Because they don't know things don't stack. They're like unaware that things don't stack in the game. And so they put on like a strength item here and a strength item there and a strength item there, thinking it's working, but being unaware that it isn't.
There is some kind of wooden man beyond
So it's one of those things that you would think people would ask about it, but yeah, actually no, not very common. Weird. Yeah, my thought process is like 2 fighter, 6 cleric, 12 barbarian, because I think that's the most damages, but obviously your mileage may vary. See, my thing is I just don't like multi-classing paladin, so that's why I wouldn't do the paladin thing. As often as they should. Well, it's also difficult, right? Because it's like, this game has so many menus in it. I can't blame somebody for like not having an intimate relationship with all of the menus in DDO. There's so many menus in this game. Not get stuck on the door, please. Thanks. Okay, I think we good. Oh, and there's a wisp down here. A dangerous one. But like, yeah. Some people don't read every element of the UI as much as they probably should. And I've been there before. As previously mentioned, back in the day, in the before times, video games used to come with like books that would teach you a lot of things when you got started. And nowadays, it's pretty standard for you to like just go install a video game and start playing it and hope that the game is going to teach you everything you need to know. So, as an example, I recently finished the video game Baldur's Gate 1. And so when I finished Baldur's Gate 1, or right before the end of it, somebody who was watching mentioned that there's a button on the UI that I hadn't pressed yet. And what that button does is it loads up my character's special abilities. So special abilities are, as they sound, they're like extra abilities that are outside of all the other menus. So they're like spells or special things that are just in a menu entirely on their own, which I didn't know existed in the game. I had no clue. I'd never seen this menu before. And so they mentioned it to me, and I found a whole bunch of spells like right before the end of the game. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, cool. This is all here. Interesting. Because I just never saw it the entire time. So I can understand why people miss UI elements. I've done that before. So it's understandable for me.
Poggies, is this the quest with the things and stuff in it?
This is the quest with the things and the stuff, yeah. So yeah. Hello. Calcutta, hello. Feel for that over a month before I figured it out. It didn't get me started on buff stacking. Why do you dislike Paladin multiclassing? Because the Paladin Knight of the Chalice capstone is really good. Part 1. Part 2, you only get 2 spells as a Paladin unless you're a level 19 or 20 Paladin on 4th level. Which means if you multiclass on Paladin, say you take 15 Paladin, you don't get Death Ward, you don't get Cure, you don't get a bunch of like the bigger Cure spells. And I just don't like the fact that you're missing out on some of those cool utility abilities. Obviously, you have immunity to like energy drain and stuff from Paladin and from other places, so it's not as big of a deal, but it's just something I do like. And then, but you're just missing like that kind of, that element to it that I wish you'd be able to experience. And then, I think that's pretty much it. It's just like the way the spells kind of lay themselves down, as well as the capstone being very good. That's why I don't like it. Wall of wood. Rats. I was looking for wall of wood. I played the crap out of that when it came out. Probably ran it 4 to 5 times. Pause. Pause was your friend in that game? Yeah, you'd pause a lot. I don't know what SPG and MPG characters are, but yeah, I paused a lot. Many, many times I would pause. I paused constantly in that game and thought about my circumstances. A lot of times it would be like pause when something really bad happens and then think of how to solve it and then spend 5 minutes thinking of how to solve it and then just reload. Single player and multiplayer. Oh yeah, I only played single player. I guess yeah, it does have multiplayer. I think they probably have servers that are going. You probably can play that game multiplayer on the Enhanced Edition. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I didn't do that. By the way, if you guys are out here and you're like, oh man, I'd love to like watch your entire Baldur's Gate playthrough. That's so sick. Did you know you can? If you go to my VODs channel, streams or !VODs in the chat, you can get access to that, and it's just all the VODs, all there, and you can just watch them. It's amazing. Look at that second channel, so beautiful. It's where all the Baldur's Gate 2 clips are going. Baldur's Gate 2. And all these items are bad. Thank you. Oh. That's just a straight improvement. And it's got life sealed on it, so it has the death block. Dang. More modern polish. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, older CRPGs take some time to get used to. Because they are good games, but they don't have the like modern accoutrement you kind of expect from your modern game. Like, again, playing Baldur's Gate 1, I was kind of hoping for some more direct character involvement, like the members of my party would have something to say or would kind of impact the story. CRPG stands for Computer RPG. It's what you call those games like Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and Kingmaker. The C is for computer. Because the term comes from the 90s. There's, as far as I know, not a better term for it. The problem is you can't just say RPG. Because you can say RPG, but the term RPG is used a lot for games like Skyrim, which is very different. Like, Skyrim is an RPG, but it's a very different game. All on the computer? Exactly. So I don't know if they have, like, a thing. Anyway, I got distracted. So, yeah, some of the things I was expecting was, like, this kind of character interaction, where like my characters, the people in my party would have an impact on my story, or where they would at least say something instead of just being silent the entire time. Because like I added a drow to my party, and people hate drow, and drow are evil, so I expected it. I was like, oh, I'm going to save somebody, and she's going to be like, oh, that's bad. You shouldn't do that. And she says nothing the entire game. I was like, oh, right. But then, of course, I'm reminded of the fact that Baldur's Gate was one of the earliest titles from BioWare, and they were figuring out how to do it. Baldur's Gate 2 has those character interactions, because they were figuring it out in the first game, and they were, getting it as they went along. I have not played Neverwinter Nights 2. I've heard it's quite good. Mask of Betrayer. That's in DDO. You can get the Mask of Betrayal. No, is that Mask of Deception? Pretty sure it's here in the game. Unless I'm thinking of something totally different. There is a quest called Mask of Betrayal in the Forgotten Realms that happens here. Oh. Well, now I have conflicting. I have some people saying it's great, and I have some people saying it's not great. So you know it's an interesting game. Controversy? I don't know. There's a lot of, like, good-ass games that everybody likes. Okay, these bears really suck. Go to hell, bears. But yeah, so I don't know why they're called that. There probably should be a better title. What's a better title for the CRPGs? What's a better genre of video game? It also is easy to say. Just RPG? Again, you can't. Because when you say RPG game, someone goes, dude, I love Zelda. I'm a huge RPG fan. My favorite RPGs are Zelda and Skyrim and Fallout. And Fallout 4 is like my favorite RPG. Flick RPG. That fit? Baldur's Gate likes? Maybe. So it's accurate? Right. It's accurate in the sense that someone says, hey man, do you want a sandwich? And you're like, yeah, I want a sandwich, and they give you a hot dog. You might be upset about it. You still have a hot dog. It's accurate. You now have a sandwich. But you'd be like, nah, I don't know. I don't like this. Or someone's like, yo, I'm going to grab some fruit. Do you want anything? And you're like, yeah, you know what? I can grab some fruit. Sounds good. And you assume you're going to get a fruit. And then they show up and they just give you some tomatoes. And you're like, oh, well, a hot dog is a sandwich. Again, you being wrong doesn't change the universe, man. You got to remember that. This is why specificity matters. The more vague you are with the description, you run into these problems where you can't talk to other human beings. So so when it comes to these things, that's why I want to come up with ideas. TDRPG, top-down RPG. That fits better because pretty much all those style of games are top-down. This would also allow you to include other games of the same genre, like the original Fallout games. So that could work. TDRPG. TTRPG, the problem is that's tabletop, and so people assume you're playing in person and not on the computer. 170 hours of cuts, that's a movie. The problem is cutscene quality a movie? You have to understand, in one of those cutscenes, your character rubs shit on their own face. TTC RPG? Oh, now it's too hard. Yeah. I don't hate top-down RPG, TD, because it fits pretty much anything in that style. I feel like that fits well. I don't hate that. That's my favorite. God, I'm so descriptive. I don't hate it. It's my favorite. Wow, Stream Tom. Wow. As C is classic? Yeah, it could be C for classic. I think it's the word computer that's a problem.
The tunnel opens into Halsim's own chambers. There is a third corruption node here.
Are you that person, Fenris, that goes into a restaurant and is like, can I get some, can I get some water, please? And then when somebody brings you water, you're like, oh, I actually wanted, like, coffee, because it has water in it, so coffee and water are the same, and so you should have brought me coffee. Where, like, the concept of using a specific word is just outside of your range. Words matter for a reason. Language matters. Specificity matters. These things all matter. Yeah. I'll rub my shit on my face, but it's always nice to have the option. True. Big true. Especially when you're playing, like, a game that gives you all of the options. I totally agree with that statement. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. But yeah.
Top-down Baldur's-like character sheet role-playing game, but not tabletop, just tabletop-like.
Companion have fallen. The source of the corruption destroyed. The silence that follows is broken by a faint human cry.
Now that does check all the boxes.
Wait. You are
The problem is that acronym doesn't have any vowels.
says the injured druid. He is not here.
Now we're in a problem.
To druid's deep. With that, the last of light passes from her eyes. Her words linger
Different
darkly.
computer at first, but of course it's now classic. Yeah.
But while Halsim lives, none of these
Betrayal at Krondor? Wait, what the heck is betrayal at Krondor? Betrayal at Krondor. Oh, what is this nonsense? Oh my god. It's like a... Oh, look at this. That's amazing. You can't look at it. It's on my screen. This definitely does look like a classic RPG, I tell you what. But it is also not tabletop. And it's definitely not tabletop-like either. Oh, there's a Con 11 Deathblock Bracer? Okay, I'm getting a lot of better items now.
TDBLCSRPGBNTTJATTLV. Top-down Baldur's-like character sheet role-playing game, but not tabletop, just tabletop-like vowels. Fixed to gauge.
I mean, it has vowels now. That is exactly what I said. It's like when you, I remember it was in science class when we were younger. I think it was like 11th grade or 10th grade science class. We had to write a procedure on how to make a peanut butter sandwich. So you had to write a list or like a instructions on how to make a peanut butter sandwich, and everyone had to write it. And then we all handed it in, and then the teacher had bread and peanut butter, and took everyone's like recipes or whatever, and was not successful in making a peanut butter sandwich because it was too hard, because the words you would use, you have assumed knowledge. So you give someone a task assuming they understand the basis for the task, and then they're like, it's impossible to make this peanut butter sandwich based off of these instructions. You gotta be really specific with stuff. I gave him hey, it needs vowels. And he's like, oh, add vowels? You got it, no problem. No problem, boss, it's got vowels now. It's like, no, wait, hold on. That's not what I meant. Ugh. I need to get over 1,000 hit points. How do I do that? Other than leveling up. Leveling up's the key, isn't it? That damn key, ain't it? Yeah, technical writing class. Writing things that even you understand it. Like, also, there's, it's the same thing with, like, when you're writing in code and stuff, where you want to write comments in your code. Because even in the, like, circumstance where your code is clear and easy to understand, your intention might be misunderstood, or the extrapolation of your code. And or also you might even come back to it where you know what it means now, but you don't remember it later. You're like, yeah, I'm going to remember what this means in like a year when I come back to it. And you come back to it a year later and you're like, oh man, what was I doing? And it looked so clear in the moment, but now it's gone. All your ideas are missing. Get your favorite HP? I got some of them. Like, where'd she go? I forgot she turns into a bear. I got Silver Flame. I don't think Silver Flame has favor rewards on it. Oh, this bear sucks. Go away, bear. Go away, bear. No, 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 no. Oh, she's aggroed onto Albus for some reason. That works very well for me. I like that. Deneath, does it have favor? Gatekeeper, I think, has favor. I'm at 100. Yeah. So Gatekeepers, I think, does. Call Eye of the Beholder, or Heroes of the Lance, or Pools of the Radiance, or Hack. Are they all RPGs? They're all RPGs for the games you're talking about? Even MechWarrior 1? I don't know. Those are old games, so I don't need to know about those, because that's before my time. Yeah, I have no idea. I think just classic RPG is the best. I think that just makes the most sense. Classic RPG makes the most sense. Because it's very different from your more modern RPG, right? Like, there's a clear difference between the style, or like, not the style of, like the style of gameplay of a game like Dragon Age versus the style of gameplay of a game like, you know, probably one of the ones you were describing, because Dragon Age is a 3D pseudo-action game, and the other games are probably not, but the flesh that makes the game held together, strong character-driven interactions, interwoven story, secrets, mysteries, puzzles, and all sorts of things left to you, the player, to solve, are very similar. JRPGs, so ARPG and... I don't think Japan calls their RPGs JRPGs. I think we call Japan's RPGs JRPGs. Also, ARPG is taken already, because that's action RPGs. I don't understand how action RPGs became the Diablo-style video games, but it did. There's your action RPG, right there. You recommend for your Death Knight Eldritch Knight build? Oh, travel back in time from Tom. I would recommend the... Oh, what did I do? I'm an idiot. Is this gonna kill me? Nah, it can't kill me. What level are you? If it kill him? That's a great question. What level are you, so I can recommend a level-appropriate weapon? I just wanted to get out of the bear trap I was in. Damn it. Yeah, Elixir's good. What RPG does not have action? Probably a lot of RPGs that don't have action. There's a way to take, like, a lot of RPGs have, like, fully pacifist routes through them where you don't have to, like, fight anybody. Also, I think action implies, like, real-time action, whereas a lot of RPGs are either turn-based or have, like, a pause function or pause condition. So you've got, like, you know, like, again, I'm gonna go, just because I played it recently, like, Baldur's Gate 1, it's not really an action game, because I'm controlling my character, but the character is performing the action. I tell my character what to do, and the character is doing the thing. Versus... you know, again, like something like DDO is more action-oriented because I am controlling the character in a similar capacity, but I have to, like, place every single attack, whereas the character just kind of does it on its own in those games. Verbs in them? That could also work well. I was asking on Discord, it's just a decent Warforged life. I was looking for a cold build. 2 issues, Reaper 3 diff, so the self-healing isn't great, and they nerfed Sonic Blast, apparently. Yeah, they did nerf Sonic Blast. But if you're gonna go Reaper 3 on a Warforged, I mean, Warforged Sorcerer is never a bad option, because you can heal yourself, and also you do tons of damage. And presumably if you're gonna be doing Reaper 3 during the leveling process, you probably have, like, tomes, Reaper points, and all that stuff, so that should work just fine. You don't have to worry about, like, having those slightly lower stats. Probably. RPG does an action your sex life. Oh, that's... Oh, no, dude. R.I.P. man. I am sweating. I can't even think right now. Stick to cold electric. Other players, so scales should be manageable. Yeah, cold electric is perfectly fine. I usually go fire electric because fireball plus lightning bolt plus chain lightning plus ball lightning plus delayed blast fireball. But you can do cold electric if you wanted. Cold is kind of just worse for leveling because Nyax kind of sucks. Snowball Swarm kind of sucks. Like Snowball Swarm is worse than Scorch. Nyax is worse than Burning Hands. Ice Lance is worse than the other two spells, Lightning Bolt and Fireball. Cold really only comes into its own with Cone of Cold and Autolukes. So by the time you get to 9, you wouldn't really be casting any of them. But Scorch, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, usually pretty good. And nothing in the other game is immune to both Fire and Lightning. Better Dilettante level 3, swapping between Repair and Long Sword. Ah. I mean, Longswords are always good. Just for the entire leveling process, you can't go wrong with Longsword. All the early Longswords are good. Nightforge Avenger Blade is good at level 8. All Barovian weapons are good at level 10. Level 20, if you're sticking with Longsword, depending on your alignment or your access to UMD, you can go get the sword from Purple Dragon Knight comms at level 20, which is super duper good. Which I, for the life of me, cannot remember the name of right now. The Oath Blade, thank you. Trying to just kill all these things, but also not let Albus die, because if Albus dies, he's eating a lot of damage for me, which is very convenient. Good. The second part of this is much harder because there's bears. Yeah, longswords are perfectly fine, because you also get Knight's Training. In fact, if you chose half-elf and you don't know what weapon you want to use, you don't take improved critical until the epics. So you can just take Knight's Training and then use any of the Knight's Training weapons. Kind of alternate between Warhammers, Heavy Maces, Battle Axes, and Longswords. And just use them interchangeably. You're also going to notice Albus Gladwin taking a lot of damage. That's because the bear that is Halsame does a shitload of damage and is unbelievably scary. I think it's like a bear damage stats, which is annoying. Okay, we're good. Good question. Does evasion work with medium armor? No. For Dark Hunter, Shadow Dancer, Destiny, it has to be light armor. That is correct. So, for example, I'm a Dark Hunter. That's why I'm not using Shadow Dancer, because I don't need the evasion. So basically, in Heroics, you just use Underdark armor and get the medium armor dealy wheelie. And then in Epics, you just get evasion out of Shadow Dancer and then go back to light armor once you've got enough stats for it. Just in the leveling process, you're usually not going to have enough dexterity for evasion to work properly anyway. That's why it doesn't matter as much usually. He's doing a great job. I definitely don't pay this guy enough. Apparently, I only paid him 1,000 platinum. I definitely do not pay him enough. I mean, if this was like a regular pen and paper game, that's a crazy amount of money. But this is not. Enchantment, Insightful Evocation 3, Insightful Spell Pen 4. What a crazy item. Wow. Ooh, Strength Con Bracer, though. That's pretty good. Hey, give me that Strength Con Bracer, please. Thank you. Strength Con Bracer, thank you. All right. Wall of wood, 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 wall of wood. Okay, is this better than what I'm using? It's got 20 stacking amp. It's got devotion on it. It has natural armor 5. It's got shield bash. It's got DR slashing. If this was wall of wood level, like the capped wall of wood, that'd be fine, but it does not. Makes me big sad. If it was level, if it's the epic elite wall of wood, that'd be sick. It's not, but it could have been. Or wait till I get the feed for not fail reflex saves. I would say it depends on where your dex is, because like my character, for example, I don't have the dexterity to actually make the reflex save, so I'm just gonna stake in medium. But if your dex is high enough, then yeah, you can just swap out. Depends on where your dex is. All right, I'm gonna go to the washroom and get some more water. I'll be right back. It's also hot. Oh my god. Hey, Cruiser. I apologize for ruining your live stream by being a full chair. Ooh. No empty chair for me. Only being full of chair. Want to see something cool? Check it out. Pokemon candy treats or something. They're like little honey cookies. Somebody brought these over for Canada Day because they knew I liked Pokemon and they wanted to bring a snack, and they were at the store. They were like, I was gonna buy chips, but then they had these little candy treats. So you got like this one, which looks like a little Pikachu face. Oh yeah. Or you got, what's this? Oh, it's another Pikachu. Oh, there's other Pokemon in here. Which one? Easiest one in the world. Little Pokeball. Are you waiting for me to play Planescape Torment? Is that what I'm supposed to insinuate that I'm going to do that? Oh, okay. Also, Squirtle. How was your day, Cruiser? You have a good work day? It is very small. Is that the Franker Face Z one? Oh, you have to use the exclamation point W to widen it. Or is, yeah. Is that, or whatever? Is that how you do it? Oh, no, it's not how it works. Ah, there it goes. Oh, now it's white again. Good job. I think it's going to auto-happen on stream, though. No, I got to refresh. I'm just going to eat these cookies real quick, because I need sustenance. I got to eat energy to keep my strength up. Oh. I'm glad to hear work was good, though. Because, like, man, some days, middle of the week, it's hump day. Heat wave over here. Canada's less on fire, by the way. Here's your Canada fire news. Canada's less on fire than before. It rained twice. Oh yeah, you still don't want to go outside, but it's going away, which is cool. Any cleric build for a quick life? Sun Domain, go blast them. I love Sun Domain. Max Wisdom, take Sun Domain, take the SLAs, kill people. This is so tasty. Okay, I'm done. The problem is there's no illusion that that product is at all even kind of good for you. Oh, also, well, Cruiser will care about this because he's a rogue guy. I bought some new rogue. It's coming in. The new flavor, strawberry mango. So I'm gonna try it and let you know how good it is. I'll give you the strawberry mango review. Damn, this fire map's sick. It's very visual. Fire map is very visual. You have the fire map. So this is where I live. I live here. And it's coming. It's coming here, man. But you can see the fires in these different places. See, there's all the fires that are still burning up here. And the smoke should be coming around. There's some smaller fires and stuff. You can zoom in and it gets even smaller fires. So you can see the number of fires in each area. But a lot of the fires are going down by comparison. It's not as bad as it was before. Yeah, there's still quite a few fires all over. And then you have areas that have like fires regularly on this side. You know, you have your California fires and stuff down here. But this, basically, the way you got to think about it, this place over here is supposed to go on fire. This place is not. That's why it's a problem. But hopefully it'll be gone. Yeah, and then the smoke is just, it's on its way, man. It's on its way, dude. It's coming. They're going. Oh, it's gone. So you gotta be mindful about that. Now we need to order some soon. Yeah. So I started today by, instead of drinking coffee at breakfast, I made breakfast and then I actually just went straight into Rogue Energy. I just straight up just put some into my veins. Gotta say, good idea. Okay, I kind of want to take renewal. This seems good. Also, ad time, you got it. Or shield armor class. We'll just do renewal and extra +1 all saves. Sounds good. Grab renewal here. I have some more hit points. I like having more hit points. I'll get back to Orchid Blossom soon. It's not there yet. I'm gonna wait till I think 26, so I can get so I can get melee power. So I can get 1, 2, 3 core for melee power, 1, 2, 3 core for melee power, and then I'll probably unspec on the Sentinel and go do that at 26. That's the plan anyway. But yeah, it was pretty good. I usually start the day with coffee. I did not start the day with coffee today. I did Rogue Energy for the first time because usually I would drink coffee in the morning and the Rogue in the afternoon, and I just feel really good. Don't have to deal with like coffee breath or nothing. Or my goddamn yellowing on my goddamn teeth from all that caffeine, or that, not caffeine, but all that coffee that I drink, because I drink a lot of coffee. So if I can kind of replace my coffee consumption with just Rogue Energy, it's not less expensive, because coffee is, especially cheap coffee, is very inexpensive. But Rogue is pretty good too. You know, it is what it is. Plus the flavors are so tasty. Anyway, I'll let you know what's going on. But also, did you know you guys can, if you want to try out Rogue Energy yourself, a product that I personally stand by and think is a good product, you can get some 20% off using coupon code STRIM at checkout. Holy crap, what a deal. I've had some other companies hit me up for a partnership or like a sponsorship deal and opportunity. I don't know if I'm going to take it because I don't know if they're like... Not if the company is good, but I don't know. There's just something about it. I don't know if it aligns with my brain and what I want to do, but I might. So I might be doing something else soon. You had any real close calls yet? No, I have not had any real close calls yet. That's not entirely true. I probably have. I just don't remember them. Is it Gamba? No. More like... No, it's not. It's nothing gambling related. No, I was. That's why you're like video games, gambling. No, it has nothing, because that would be expected. You would expect me to be like, you know, like, oh, Streamtom's getting the gambling, you know, sponsorship. He's turning. He said he wasn't gonna take it. He said he wasn't gonna do it. He's like, oh no, I don't like the idea of, you know, gambling, running my business, and he's taking the money. No. Raid Shadow Legends, yeah. At some point, I will definitely do a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, because they pay okay. And also, oh, you can jump up this cliff and you're all set. It'd be really funny. I want to join the club of everybody else that did a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Also, a lot of non-game related YouTubers do sponsorships for Raid Shadow Legends. They just have that Raid Shadow Legends money. Like, people laugh and go, haha, Raid Shadow Legends, haha. You have to remember, they got that shit on lock. They know what's up. That's a successful business right there. Oh, yeah. They can spend that much on marketing and advertising. Like, I'm some shithouse tiny content creator. I've gotten the Raid Shadow Legends emails. Make it funny. Oh, don't worry. I would make it very, very funny. I can make it humorous. If you wish for humor, well then you've talked to the right guy. Likes making fun of them. Yeah, but there's also the second part of that, whereas a lot of people also like Nickelback more than they're willing to admit. Just like straight up. I know some of you were like, "Ugh, Nickelback, ugh, terrible." And then I'm like, yeah, but you can, you know the words to like half of Nickelback's entire library. It comes on and you're like, yeah, you know what? Okay, it's not as bad. It's not as bad. Bad, but it's not as bad. That's not in England, so I don't know what to do about that. Oh, just send an email to Larian. Yeah, I've sent quite a few sponsorship emails because there are companies that have been like, oh man, I would love to like represent your product or your brand because they're like companies I like or I think make good stuff. It can be difficult to get into contact with companies.
Don't be fooled by her.
You know.
This one's crazy. You can see it in her eyes.
But yeah, I don't know where that is, so I'm gonna put that into my weather program and hope something comes up. Skip that song fight. Yeah, but I like fighting it.
This confirms what I expected. There's an elite mercenary team that
Alright, come on, bud. Also, Albus, you should heal yourself.
Allow me to stress how badly the Netherese must want what
Oh no, Hadashar was slain by your hit points falling due to your constitution bonus decreasing at level 5. I love how specific that is. You're like, ah, something very bad happened to that person. You can really tell. Listen, Blizzard, seeing as paying out individuals probably a lot cheaper than New York Square billboards. Yeah. Probably. I'm surprised Blizzard doesn't do more like, creator-focused sponsorship. I guess that's why they have the money. They can just put that shit in Times Square, but... Advertising budgets, man, can be expensive.
Ignore this roadblock. The lodge isn't down that way. Just take care of our
Detour is the first quest in High Road. That is correct. Detour is the first quest. Uh-huh. And this is why we use renewal. Because renewal is like a stacking extra heal over time, and it's just good to have. Right now my spell power is okay. 459 force is actually not too bad. I thought it would be lower than that. I'm not going to complain that much. Also, I can preset renew, so I can put renew on before I start taking damage. So when I start taking damage, I already have renew going. Another good one. Level quick. Oh yeah. The only thing about Detour to know is you do the jump, and also you go through here. A lot of people don't go through this little bush, and they go around and they fight all these other monsters. Just go through this bush right here. If you don't know where to go, remember, just charge into the bush. It's totally safe, you guys. It's totally safe. I feel like we've been attacked. Yeah. You would. Also, I like having spot, so I can actually see all the invisible monsters. I'm used to not having any spot on my character, because I don't really play wisdom characters a lot, or if I play I don't play wisdom characters that have the ability to deal with traps, let's just say that. Usually if I have a character that can deal with traps, it's like intelligence or dex based. Actually having wisdom is kind of weird. Spot 67. Damn! I can see everything. I can see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Well, my character can. I can't, but my character could. So, okay, so Dungeons & Dragons. This is maybe going to be opinionated. But I do have a question. I might put it up to a poll, because I am curious about how people feel about this. Let's say you have somebody who is, like, at the table, right? They're playing D&D with you. You're all having a good time. You're playing Dungeons and D. And, This person is playing like a relatively sociable character. They're playing like a bard or something. And they have like, you know, good social skills. So they got diplomacy, they got intimidate, they got deception. You know, they can talk to people. But the human person, the meat bag behind the character, just the general player, they are not good at those things. They're not sociable. They're like, you know, they don't really know how to talk to people that well. Would you have the expectation that they have to role play out what they say? Like to be like, oh, you're playing the sociable person, so you have to like come up with something interesting to say? Or would you accept the fact that somebody can say, oh, I want my character to try to convince them that we're doing good, or like we mean well, and I want to roll the dice? No? Okay. Okay. Peter Pipega vibes. See an NPC and can't hold yourself but to take them into the bushes. Peter Pipega doesn't take people into the bushes. He goes in their houses and kills them. Roleplay something, don't fully rely on dice. Okay. Try what they want, but roll ultimately. There was a roleplay fighting an ogre, collect roleplay healing a sucking chest wound. Mm-hmm.
Careful. Do not underestimate the cunning and Watch out! Never leave an opening like that.
So the reason why I'm asking is because I've experienced both sides of this, where some people, like, you know, where there's DMs that, like, you go, like, okay, I want to do this, and they're like, okay, well, what do you actually say to the character? And then you, the player, are like, well, I don't know what I would say. That's why my character's better than me at it. It's sort of like when your character's smarter than you. Like, I don't know how to solve this puzzle, but my character might. Can I make a check to see if my character knows how to solve this puzzle that me, the human behind the table, that does not, or like behind the sheet, that does not have a 28 intelligence, can't figure out? Exactly, that's what I was thinking about. I've encountered those situations where some people are like, no, you have to roleplay it out, like, regardless. But I'm always just curious about what you guys think. The DM would require role-playing, yeah. Because that's one of those things I find is definitely a bit of a barrier, because a lot of people are not great actors or sociable people, but their characters can be, so yeah. Theo it, make them try to roleplay it. If not, die roll plus roleplay if the player wants. And someone feel bad for being bad at roleplay just doesn't seem fun. That's kind of the way that I go with it, is I'm totally okay with, like, people not knowing how to roleplay. So usually what I do as Dungeon Master is I say something more along the lines of, like, I go, like, okay, how do you... They're like, I want to do this. I'm like, and how do you want to approach the situation? Because maybe they don't know the best way to do it, but how do you want to approach it kind of gives me the angle that they're kind of going for. Like, oh, you're trying to get information out of somebody on the street? Cool. So how do you want to approach it? Do you want to find random strangers? Do you want to look for somebody of authority? I give them ideas, and then I kind of make them take the role if I know that they're, like, not in the space to be able to kind of make those types of decisions, if that makes sense. Let's play a bard. They shouldn't need to be socially gifted or to play a charisma character. Okay, yeah. I think a lot of people are generally on the same page as this. Yep.
Directions to the giant
they want to happen, then you take over and RP it for them. Okay.
Deeper into the swamp.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Hey, you can. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. You can do it, dude. Anybody can do it. Everybody can sing. You just gotta open that mouth and let your soul shine as you lay down beautiful, beautiful lyrics.
From the path, free the spirits trapped in your swamp. The hermit's footprints lead off to the east.
This boulder.
Deeper into the gloomy
True.
wilds.
Also true, yeah. Moving boulders. I can't do that in real life, but in a video game, oh baby, I'm a boulder moving machine. I got that Pokemon strength. Characters high intimidate. Character as an NPC, what they want to do, yeah. Real, though when it comes to RP, they go blank. So, okay, so here is like a contrasting example that I think kind of doesn't, not so much it illuminates my point, but just like a contrasting example. So now we have the opposite situation. You have a character or a player who's pretty good at knowing what to say, but so they have like a great idea. They're like, oh, I know exactly how to say something. But the character is not. So the player is like, you know, they might be charismatic. They're like, oh, I know how to handle this situation or whatever. But then their character has like a +0, and then they roll poorly. Do you take into account the player's idea of like, this is what I would say, but then they roll like a 5? Or do you kind of hand wave that away and be like, well, they rolled a 5, so they fail? Do you include it? Like, do you give somebody a bonus for having, for their personal skill being involved in the roleplay element of it? Because if, like, you know, if we're all on the same page of like, yeah, you shouldn't have to roleplay if you don't want to, but would you, do you give somebody a bonus for roleplaying if it doesn't feel like it fits their character? Yeah. My friend George Washington is, yeah.
Seamus waits to speak with you near the giant fallen oak just ahead.
Where's your sacrificial baby? True. Honestly, I'm gonna do that next time. Next time I'm at a game and I'm with a dungeon master or something, they're like, okay, but yeah, what does your character say? I'd be like, I don't know. I rolled the dice, and then they're like, whatever. I'm like, well, the warlock didn't have to sacrifice a baby. Happy birthday, super off tune like that because it would piss off your grandma. Nice. Is your grandma like a classically trained singer, or was? Let's eat a sacrificial baby, then backflip. Lowered. My fighter's dumb as a brick. People still fail to check. Yeah, that's because that's kind of the way that I do it. Is like I might give somebody a bonus point for like having a cool roleplay idea, but I always contrast it with their character. So if somebody has like a high charisma and then they also have a good idea for the roleplay, then I'll kind of factor it in. But if somebody's stats are low, I kind of just ignore their ideas. Because it's like your character's not smart enough to think of what you just said, so your character wouldn't do that. I don't tell them that, but that's how I do it personally. Doesn't let us roll until you roleplay. Oh man, gotta love that. No wins here. Give inspiration. Yeah, inspiration's also a good solution to that problem. You're like, wow, I like the way you wanted to handle that problem, so you get an inspiration dice. Yeah, that's not bad. Keep them on toes. I actually don't like using the DM screen because I don't mind if players start to see some of the numbers. That doesn't scare me too much. Most cases prevalent, yeah, and that's how I think about it as well. But as I said, you know, I'm just asking because everyone's had different experiences, myself included, and I've admittedly been like a DM way more over the past like 3 years than a player, so.
Fog filled the tunnel that leads to the Medusa's rocky lair. A pair of stone statues stand as silent warnings. You are entering.
DM screen. Oh, I like when my players know that I critted them. Yeah. The other thing about DM screen is like, I don't ever want there to be any confusion that I'm not like fudging a circumstance or forcing a circumstance to happen. I'm okay with the dice hit the table and then we go, okay, this is what happens. If something was easy or not. Usually. You usually can tell if something is easy or not, but not always. It also depends on how observant you are and how much you know about something. You know, the old Dunning-Kruger. If you're knowledgeable about something, you can tell how easy or hard something is. If you're not knowledgeable about something, you kind of don't know until you, like, even after you do it, you might not know. Their skill is poor and he failed. Yeah. Like I said, for me, it's kind of like, I would always feel bad about punishing somebody for, like, trying to roleplay and not being very good at it. Because, again, you kind of don't punish people for trying to cast spells. I mean, I guess in the combat style punishment, is like, you know, you punish people for being bad at combat in the sense that their character gets murdered. You know what I mean? Okay, I need poison immunity, so I can't get poisoned by this lady. Go away, please. Go away. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm just like, my brain is focusing right now because I just don't want to die to this boss. Because she is a Medusa. Medusa can be scary. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, I don't mind it when players can actually see the numbers and they get that peek behind the curtain. That's why I'm not much of a DM screen sort of guy. I have a really, really nice DM screen that actually goes with this table that's behind me. If you're wondering what this object is, it's a big table. And so I actually have like a really sick DM screen that goes with it, which is cool. But I'm like, I don't know how often I would use it. So we'll you know, it's definitely like a wait and see. Like I said, I always think about what it feels like to be on the other side of that circumstance. And I would hate to have a situation where the DM says, hey, I crit you, but you don't get to see their roll. Or like, imagine a situation that's really tense, right? And you can't see the rolls. And so you make an attack, or you cast a spell that would be devastating to the opponent. You cast Hold Person on the big bad boss guy. And the Dungeon Master says, oh, I made your save. I made the save. But it's like a wisdom save. They needed like a 15. They probably only had like a +3 or 4. So there's like a 40% chance that they made their save. But they made their save. Did they actually make their save? Or did the Dungeon Master just not want their big monster to get held? So they said, nah, he made the save.
A nervous man motions for you to come closer before the man.
And the question is not whether that happened. Because, you know, whether that did or didn't happen is irrelevant to the way that it feels. The thought that that might have happened or that there might be some shenanigans or something going on. Oh, he just had the Medusa poison on and died? Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen to you. So it's not that I'm not making the claim that there are dungeon masters out there that are like just, you know, cheating and keeping their big monsters alive. Because like I've played with people that have you know, cheated on their characters or what have you in multiple different games. But again, it's just one of those like it's just like the feeling that something might not be right because you're like, this would have been really cool in this one big moment and then they failed their save, but you can't confirm it. You just have to go like, oh shucks, I guess it is what it is. Yeah, I try to do everything in public. Everything that I can, anyway. There's some things I don't do in public. So, for example, like random encounter lists, loot, as well. I don't do in public. Because the numbers don't mean anything to them anyway. Like, they don't have the table. So then it's like, oh, you rolled a 15. Is that good or bad? I don't know. You don't have the table. Alright, Albus. You stop dying, please. Also, legendary actions are also a great solution to that problem, because you can just be like, oh, you don't have to hide the fact that you're like, yeah, my monster saves. You just go, my monster saves. Which, by the way, I love legendary action use save. Great ability. Huge fan. You're like, no, my cool monster is here, and it's really big, and it's not dying right now. Maybe you guys can kill it later, but not right now, because it has to do its cool monster thing first. Especially because we play virtual tabletop, so it's like, you know, I already got the art put together. I had to put the monster statting together. I had to do this other stuff. So no, this monster is going to do at least one turn, and then you can instantly destroy it. The worst also is when you have something that's like really cool, like a really cool monster or a really cool effect or something interesting you want to throw to the players. But whatever it is has like a really low initiative roll. So it's at the bottom of the initiative. So either like the thing dies or the circumstances change or the cool thing you want to do is gone. And then as Dungeon Master, you're just like, well, Don't tell anybody. I tell no one, and then no one needs to know. Our little secret. Gotta hit him with the Oakley Dokley.
As you enter the barn, a Netherese wizard brandishes his staff.
Wizard brandishes his staff.
Finding the pieces and assembling the scroll.
Sounds rude, man. This guy's just shaking his staff at me upstairs. What a rude wizard.
As the wizard incants
But yeah, no, like I said, I was just mostly curious. I'm a huge believer in the role is the most important thing. Sometimes I will take approach into account, but only if players have like skill in the thing. Like basically, if your character is proficient in a skill, and then the player has an idea, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. It's like trained, you know. They could come up with that idea. So you don't need to be like an expert at piano to write a new song for piano that sounds good. It's just more likely that it would happen like that. You know what I mean? So it's at least you're trained. You know, you're an expert, but as long as you have a little bit of ideas of what you're doing, that's plausible. But yeah. Just because roleplay is also really hard. I think that's something that I imagine a lot of people probably get nervous about when it comes to like playing pen and paper for the first time. Is their worry that they either won't be good at roleplay or the nervousness that they have to be good at it. You know, you watch something on the computer and then you're like, oh, I don't know if I can do that, or it looks like scary or spooky. Very recently, I introduced somebody to Dungeons & Dragons who had never played before, and they had that exact worry. They were worried how they were going to fit or how hard it was going to be or whatever, because they had spent time watching some stuff online, you know, watching like all them D&D podcasts and what have you, and they just they struggled to like have the confidence to go into it and to give it a shot. And then when they tried it, they did great. They were like one of the best people I've ever seen start at D&D because they had so much experience.
The bartender is nowhere to be seen. Not surprising.
You never know. You never know. I will say, when my virtual tabletop game ends, I'm probably going to be moving back to just in-person D&D.
Watch on the computer? What is this blasphemy? Only phone or TV? Cancel stream 2023.
Only phone or TV? No, first of all, your phone is a computer. Also, your TV is probably a computer too. With all the software that's inside of the modern fandangled TVs nowadays. And second of all, that's why I get canceled? Because of phone versus TV? Jeez Louise, man. I really thought it would be something else. Yo, this guy hurts a lot. I don't like it. I do not like this guy's spells he's casting on me.
Next you're going to tell me I'm a computer. Stop all the downloading.
Am I going to tell you you're a computer? Well, the only way you would know that is if you could see into the future. The only things that can see into the future are computers. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, you probably are a computer. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, sorry, dude. Like, if you look at all the computer algorithms and stuff that predict the future, like, you look at them like NASA programs or whatever, where they're like, oh, this asteroid is moving at this place, and it's going to collide with the Earth in, like, 16.8 thousand milliseconds. And you're like, oh, cool, sounds good. Like, that's all computers that do those types of predictions. And so, since you said next you're going to tell me, that means you know the future, therefore you are, in fact, a computer. It's amazing how that works.
A magic scroll? No, he never gave me anything.
Next closest person geographically in the group is 250 miles away. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some in-person D&D soon-ish, which should be a good time. And, it'll just be a different shift. I like doing the computer D&D. Or like the D&D on the old online. But it's the... I don't want to say amount of time. There are a lot of big struggles I have with D&D on something like Roll20 or Foundry or anything like that. The biggest one for me is simply the room feel of the experience. I think if I had everybody in a VR chat at the same time, so we were actually sitting around a table, it wouldn't be that bad. But because something like Discord really only allows you to talk into other people's ears directly, where like you can say something and kind of listen in on a secondary conversation, which you can do around the table at D&D. It is the fighter's turn, but the wizard and the cleric are now talking to each other going, hey, do you want, I'm going to do this. Is that cool? And you go, oh yeah. Or they go, do you remember this? And they go, yeah, no problem. You can have those types of things going at the same time. On the computer, you can do that, but you have to like, it's a little bit more complicated because you have to like start doing that through text. You have to be typing towards other people and doing other things. Because everybody's always at full volume towards everyone else that's there. So it makes it a little bit more complicated. Table is propped behind you. Well, I'm going to put the table in the other room with real person D&D and then bring the table back here. I'm not doing it right now. I'm still doing online D&D. Also, that is correct. Ask your doctor what Carrion Swarm can do for your build.
Telling tales of their exploits and griping about that. A dwarven merchant has a makeshift store.
Computier? Computier.
To make sure your supplies are well stocked.
Holding 20 different chat windows plus 3 streams in the game while D&Ding Lamau. Okay, so I will say, another problem I have with the computer is that doing on the computer is myself, I too also get distracted. So when I would play pen and paper games on the computer, there would be more than one occasion where I would also be playing a video game at the same time. Because it's really easy to like get distracted and not pay attention, but also from the perspective of Dungeon Master, it's also easy to forget that other people are not paying attention because you have this assumption that like when you're talking, everyone is listening to the conversation. But what happens to a lot of people, not intentionally, but it's like, oh, they're talking to the bard right now? Cool. And then the person who's not the bard starts spacing out. Or they like go on their phone or they look at something quick because it's not their turn. But unlike them being in like the same room where there's like this thing that's like surrounding them and they're kind of focused, instead they're like completely tuning out everything. They're focusing on a new task. And kind of have to remember that as a DM, that is a thing that people do. Again, I'm not making myself immune to this. I am definitely responsible for some of this behavior. Because I did that, for sure. Okay, so this is strength, right? Place the bear trap. Those smartphones are the initial gold roll. The fighter. How do I upgrade to plate mail and longer battery life? Yep. It's complicated. Okay, this is the arcane one. I don't have arcane energy, and neither does he. So over the knee. I shouldn't die, but just in case. Albus took 400, didn't even break my temporary hit points. Time it takes to set up a module. True, yeah. Whereas, like, when you're just sitting at the table with everybody, somebody can be like, okay, I want to move here. And you go, no, you can't move there. Like, you just draw it, and they just pick up their figure and start moving it around. And then as they go around a corner, you just keep drawing whatever it is on the table. Whereas, like, online, dude, I have to set up all the lighting. I have to set the walls that you can and can't pass through, because if I don't set up the walls that you can pass through, then people will start moving through walls and seeing things ahead of time. There's also nothing I can do because it's all drawn out to prevent the players from just, like, when I get up to go to the bathroom or do something, from taking their character and just, like, zooming all the way to the end of a dungeon and just looking around. Or if I make a mistake when I set up the walls, then you can see to the end. Or I forget to put in the lighting setup or whatever it is. You want to make it atmospheric and ambient. And then you got to run the music through the program, and you got to do all this... There's all this extra work. Maybe when 200 people abuse them because they don't leave the room, you to get them to RP. Can I do that myself? Yep. Yeah, 100%. Yep. So yeah, so there's a lot. Like, I'm not saying that virtual tabletop is bad by any stretch of the imagination. Hell, it got several of my friends into a tabletop during the pandemic, and it's a good tool. There's just some things that are missing from virtual tabletop that would be solved heavily if there were like easier and better tools and things. But like, especially since I draw everything, like somebody was like, "Oh, how long did it take you to draw that map?" of the maps that I drew today, probably took me about 4 hours to put together. Just the maps, not including the monsters and all the other things. Whereas, like, for me, drawing maps, if I'm playing in person, is like, I just take the, you know, I take out my graph paper and I start graphing it out and drawing it out based on what I think it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying. Now, obviously, the graph paper means you... Like, the difference between the graph paper and the pictures is that the graph paper means you have to use your imagination, but the pictures, like, encapsulate everything. Exactly. They're much higher quality in virtual tabletop, but they can be. I'm very happy that there are a lot of people out there that make money off of, like, selling virtual tabletop maps, basically. Where they, like, you know, they sell you on the maps. They're like, oh, come to my Patreon or whatever, and you can get a thing. The problem I have with, like, Patreon especially is because they're selling something that's visual, you don't get a preview of everything you're seeing, because if they give you a preview of what you can buy, then you can just save the preview and you never actually pay for it, which makes sense. I understand why they don't do that. But then as a result, you might, you know, basically pay to access somebody's library of maps and then find that there's nothing in there you actually wanted, and then you already spent your money. Not that it's usually expensive, but it can be, like, annoying. This is one of the reasons why I draw all my own maps. I want things to look like how, and also I want them to look how I want them to look. So then I gotta draw them out. Even with programs and tools, and I am very much not a cartographer. I struggle very heavily with those types of things. 8 to 10 hours of play. It takes me 5-6 hours of setup time. I would say it's probably at least a 1.5 to 1. So if we play, like, for 6 hours of playtime, I'm probably spending about 9 to 10 hours setting it up. So 1.5 to 1 sounds about right. Now, granted, when I'm going to be playing D&D in person, I will still be bringing my laptop with me, because I will say one thing. Microsoft Excel is awesome for saving monster stats. Oh, bless you, Excel. It's a lot of work being a DM. Yeah, but I gotta draw everything and make sure it looks good and get everything right the way it's supposed to be. 12 wisdom. This helmet really sucks, though, so I'm gonna ignore it. You say that's too much, but, like, yeah, man, I don't know, my sessions, like, I try to make the towns feel full and real. So if they go to a town, all the people in the town have names, they have jobs, they have residences, they all do different things. I also am bad at, like, just taking stuff that exists and using it. So, like, you know, when I put all the magic, or, like, not magic, but I put the treasure in the game for my players, I did it all by hand, you know? I like to make sure the monsters have are fit the scenario that I have them in, as opposed to just using, like, the monsters straight out of the book. And so that takes a lot of extra time for me. Slot them in when needed. Well, the problem is, it's just to make the area feel full to me. You know what I mean? So that way, it's not like I'm doing it, like, I'm aware of what you're saying, where you cut corners by just going like, oh yeah, you only have like 4 NPCs, and then it's like, oh, they are going to run into Joe no matter where they go. So if no matter where they go, they're going to see this person that's going to be there. The problem I have with that is, like, you know, I just like the idea that the area feels lived in. So when the players ask me a specific question, I can answer it well enough. So, like, if they ask me a question about, like, local trade routes, well, I know what the shops are and the situations are like, and I know the people behind that and the circumstances behind that. So then, therefore, I can answer a question with a good amount of detail.
A keen-eyed elf nods to you as you enter the cottage.
That's kind of how I do it personally. This is not me saying it's the best way to do it, because obviously it takes a shitload of extra work. Yeah. No, you guys can cut corners. I don't want to cut corners. Oh, it's working. You still don't have Peter Pepega in your campaign? Peter might show up. Peter's not going to show up, but he could, but he's not going to. The campaign that I'm currently running is so close to the end that they're on an island. Or, like, not that that's specific enough, but, like, they're on an island that they're, like, you know, never coming back from, so... circumstance. I'm not preparing 1,000 NPCs? No. You wouldn't prepare, you wouldn't prepare 1,000 NPCs, for sure. That's why I use the word town and not city. In cities, I would prepare the NPCs for each district or local area that they would plan on going to. So if my campaign is going to include, you know, certain districts and certain areas, I'm not going to prepare 1,000 people's worth of characters, but if each district has 20 to 30 notable people, I put them in.
Fallen purple dragon knights lie near
Plans and builds using it? Yeah, I can believe that. Oh, yeah. Again, Excel's a magical program. Huge fan. Yeah, man, D&D. Look, I'm just saying that everybody that I've ever asked to return to a D&D campaign or play in a second D&D campaign has said, yes, I would like to play in another one. So I think I do a good job. I think I'm the best. I think no one is better than me. And I am the greatest. And everyone else is garbage compared to me. That's what I think. And that, you know, I try really hard. I put in my 110%. And I just want to make sure everything is good. You know, I just want to make sure people have fun. Gotta put in that 110%. You know what what's what Coach always says. But no, I like putting in a lot of work. Also, as I said before, I'm like a major workaholic. So putting in like more work and more effort is not like a struggle or a confusing thing for me to do during the day or like in some type of system. As I said, I have a terrible work-life balance. It's one of the reasons why being a live streamer and online entertainer works well, because I can spend a lot of time working on YouTube videos and working on streams and working on other stuff. Dungeon Draft? I've never heard of Dungeon Draft. What is it? Is it a program? Someone who geeks out on Excel spreadsheets? Excel is a good program. Yeah, I have a couple things that help me out a lot. So, like, I have a program that I use, Dungeon Alchemist, for drawing interiors of buildings. Because I'm very bad at drawing interiors of buildings. Because I'm bad at decoration. I'm really bad at decoration. Where, like, it's like, oh, I gotta actually make the building not look empty. Like, you can draw a floor, but it's like, oh, there's gotta be, like, walls, right? And then there's gotta be, like, chairs and bookcases and other stuff. Like, it's a dining room, right? That's what's supposed to be in here? So I'm very bad at getting all of those decorations out, but Dungeon Alchemist is great because I just drag and drop the spaces and it just populates everything. And if I don't like it, I can just keep refreshing it until I get a look that I like. I'm like, oh, beautiful, done. I can draw churches, I can draw all sorts of stuff.
Strim, that clip says you know everything. Can you give me the escape velocity of the Earth?
Like the escape velocity of the Earth from the sun, or the escape velocity of an object trying to escape Earth's gravitational orbit? And that's when you reply with, damn, he does know everything. Okay, so this is another quest where, like, you kind of just red alert. I don't know how to not red alert this quest. Like, I didn't aggro any extra monsters, and I killed all the monsters I encountered, but I had an alert. Say that? Well, you should have.
Has been destroyed in an a pair of Netherese wizards are engaged in a mystic ritual in the center of the keep. One of them calls to you with scorn in his
Music, I'm not sure if it's copyrighted. Dungeon Draft trailer. Okay, copy link. Mute, because you don't know if it's a thing. Enter key. Oh, I see. I see what you got. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
overcome with curiosity.
Oh, Wow, look at that. It looks pretty good. I mean, this looks really good.
A king into a god. All I have to do is
Again, the other thing for me is I'm also, like, not an artist, so I struggle really hard with some of this stuff. Like, using art tools, I'm, like, not very good at, because my creativity, like, I can have an idea of how I want it to look, but knowing the process to how to get there, I struggle with super hard.
The smell of sulfur fills the area. An ominous vortex opens in the sky. A portal to some malevolent place.
New velocity is going to be much lower than theoretical Earth escape velocity. True. But yeah, I also have literally no idea about Earth's escape velocity. Fact. Are those wizards attacking each other? Bro, that's awesome. I didn't know they attacked each other. I knew they fought the demons, but I didn't actually think they would attack each other. It's kind of weird. Oh, I'm red alerted. Oh, God. Why am I red alerted? Oh, no. I was no alert, and then this fight happened, and I got red alerted. Oh, jeez. Okay. It's not good. That means the next spawn's also going to red alert me. Okay. Probably archers outside. Apparently archers that don't move do not contribute to alert. I also like that Resignol is completely ignoring me because I'm not in melee range with him. Okay. Get him. Die, Resignol. Live, Albus Gladwin. I think he hits pretty hard, but I'm honestly not sure. I also don't care if I hit the top of these spiky things, because my character takes, like, no damage from traps, and the tops of these are considered spikes. I more care about these monsters that are very dangerous, do a lot of damage, and have a lot of hit points. That's more what I'm concerned with. I'm gonna use this ability here and keep chasing down Resignol. When he dies, everything else despawns. That's my current plan, is just kill this guy as fast as I can. Run, run, run as fast as you can. The Fire Reavers can't kill you because nobody can. Because my character is solo guided caster ranger. Your resignation? Oh no, dude. Oh no, I don't like that. Ooh, but I get a remnant. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
We came the moment Elminster detected the portal opening. I admit that this assignment could have gone a bit more smoothly. Though it looks like you managed to sort things out by yourself.
Okay, we're good. Okay, so I haven't been inviting people into the guild on this character, but I've noticed people joining, and I couldn't figure out why. And it's because I forgot that when you reincarnate, you have to rejoin all of your channels again. And so I actually wasn't in YWGK because I reincarnated. Whoopsie. All right, Proud Tiara. See, this one's not bad. That's a good item right there. I like that. Treads of Falling Shadow. Nah, I'm just gonna take the comms. So you can check dungeon drafts. Not very expensive. It's a one-time purchase. Yeah, it's not a bad tool for sure. I've noticed. See, the fun thing about looking at all the tools is you can see people that like make these dungeons in Dungeon Draft or other devices. So, like, again, when you're scanning for, like, if you're just trying to find something quick and in a pinch, so you just, like, Google whatever. As I said, you can find access to all sorts of different people who, like, create these types of maps. And they sell them, like I said, on, like, their Patreon accounts or whatever it is. And I'm going to get this reward. Thank you. Give me the XP. And so you can, like, buy all their maps. But based on the look of them, you can tell what program they use to make it. And I'm like, oh, man, I'm surprised that... You know, these people don't, like, make more of these types of maps. But I guess it would get exhausting, and trying to come up with new ideas and new places would be hard to do. Yeah, D&D Reddit for maps, you can easily see that. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now what am I supposed to take? Dark Hunter Caster Ranger at 24. I'm supposed to take Epic 2 Perfect 2 Weapon Fighting. But don't I already have 4 combat styles? Yeah, I already have 4 combat styles. So I actually don't need to take Perfect 2 Weapon Fighting, which means I can actually just take something else. So I kind of just want to take Crush Weakness for extra damage to the helpless, which will help out quite a bit. So I think I will, because it gives me 15% extra damage to the helpless. And I do make monsters helpless on this character all the time, thanks to Greater Color Spray. Sounds good to me. Sick. Yeah, at 26, I'll swap out some pieces. Okay, I'm 25 now. Can I use this? No, that's 26. That's 20. No. Okay, what other quest do I have to do? Let's see. I can't do 22s anymore. I should have looked at that. 23s is Catacombs. Now, I don't dislike Catacombs. I find that problem with Catacombs is that on Elite, it's like insane Omega difficult. So I think we're just going to go run Catacombs on hard super fast. I think that's the play. So I didn't copy over some parts. Oh, there you go. But yeah, no, it definitely seems like a good type of program. Dungeon Draft. The Trap DC in Delaris is on par with level 34 raids. Yeah, Delaris is not okay. Don't do it. Don't do Delaris on Elite. Or sorry, Catacombs. Catacombs, yeah. Or actually, don't do either of them. Yeah, don't do either. Bad idea. Their swords to your face. That's what I'm just going to run through it on hard difficulty. Yeah, Catacombs is really good if you're in a group, and also if you're not on hardcore. If you're on the regular server, you can just rip your way through Catacombs on Elite or Reaper mode. In a group, one person's like someone's gonna die in almost every quest, but it doesn't matter because it's like, you know, the regular game. But on hardcore, I would not recommend it. Streams being chicken? Yeah, of course I am. My sense of self-worth and pride is absolutely not tied to this video game. Or, you know, my success on hardcore. You can't just, like, try to bruise my pride and be like, well, he's being a chicken, he's gonna do whatever. No, I'm gonna say, bok, bok, bok. You got it. I am Chicken Man.
As are you hear the telltale scuttling of spiders. Unpleasantly large spiders.
It sounds good to me. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Come in. Come in. Like I have 10 stacks of Scourge without even attacking because I just put down the ring. Yeah, they hurt. That's why we're doing this on hard mode. Chicken Crossroad because I didn't want to die on hardcore. Oh, 100%.
There are more signs of bloodshed in the north wing, along with something else. The smell of corruption grows stronger. The dead here are days old. There's something on the floor in this cell.
Oh, right. Everything dies instantly because it's hard mode. I forgot how much easier hard mode is over Elite. Ooh, armor. Oh, what do we got? Where are you, armor? My backpack is full. I have a medium load. Physical sheltering, undead guard, hamp, spell resist. Medium? Oh. Actually good. Okay, hold on. Didn't I get a really good ring? No. 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 Yeah, Con 11 life sealed. So I can put that over top of this one. No, this one. Because I don't need either of these stats. So this ring is useless. So I can put this over here. So now I have Death Block again, but I have Con 11, which means I don't need these bracers at all. And I don't need Death Block, which is the only thing on here. So I can actually just wear this Templar chain, which gives me 27 physical resistance rating, 43 healing amp, which I don't think I had healing amp. I have 15, so it's an increase. as well as spell resistance 31 and superior undead guard. Plus, it gives me higher max dex and more armor. Cool. And I have bracers I can fit in at some point. Do I have any bracers I can use right now? Oh, death block of dodge sheltering. Yeah, that sounds good. I have 2 death block items, and I have a dodge item now. I have death block. This item has life sealed on it. Life sealed 30%. And this has death block as well. And dodge. And sheltering. Less than hardcore. I just made it to level 3. I think I should have grouped up. Yeah. Anything rogue adjacent, you always want to group up. Although I don't know why the cow is wailing. The cat is wailing, but all I can hear is coming to from the other room. Nope. Bad habit. Bad stream, Tom. That is not a good habit.
The moans of the undead rumble throughout the sanctuary.
Not very soloable. Yeah, Assassin Rogue is not great for soloing. Until you get to a few higher levels, where Shiv becomes a little bit better. So Shiv is one of the abilities in Assassin Rogue that makes it so you can sneak attack people from the front. Basically, it lets you sneak attack people in their face. So it's less of a sneak attack and more of an attack. And, yeah, it's very, very good. Okay. Oh, so I think I have 40 UMD now with my weapon swap. Makes me feel pretty good. If you're wondering why I'm just aggroing everything, it's because they're all going to run into the wall. Blade barrier. They're not going to make it through. What's up, buddy? So this guy hits really hard on elite difficulty. Very, very scary. I don't know how hard he hits on hard. Hey, what's up, Crazy Werewolf? How are you now? Yeah. Does Fate Singer give you hit points? Oh, interesting. Thought it would have. Because Macrotech will. Yeah, me too. To be fair, though, I guess I don't really mind hard being much easier in the one sense that, like, elite does sound kind of intimidating. And also, I don't really engage with hard anyway because it gives less XP, and I don't find elite hard for the most part. With, the, like I said, a couple exceptions, like this quest chain where the monsters just hit for like 100 million damage. Which, as I said, it's probably just like they didn't smooth out the scaling that well in this quest, and then I've never gone back to revisit it. To be fair, I have never really bug reported it. I've just like only done it and then complained verbally.
You hear clattering. You hear a voice call out in the distance, echoing through the now empty.
God, this guy's still chasing me. Hey, buddy, I'm not even paying attention to you. Get out of here. Yeah, Assassin Rogue can be soloable if you play as a Shade Archai, because Shade Archai gets a whole bunch of like big frontal AoE cleaves. Yeah, Spell Focus 4. Okay, yep. Did my quest break because I didn't, like... I didn't wait the, like, quarter second for him to give me the next quest, so my quest broke? Because I can't do this. Dryden won't talk to me. I just have to go talk to the Archbishop. Will I be able to talk to the Archbishop? If I can talk to the Archbishop, then it's fine. But my quest I might have broke it. Because I didn't forget to talk to him. I talked to him. Okay, he does give you the quest. Alright, cool. I thought they changed it so you had to talk to Greylight. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, I thought I broke it. We're good. Just quicker. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm like, I knew they made the change better. I just know that like almost every time I do this, there's always like 4 people in the party of 6 that screw up the talking to Greylight chain at some point, and then they can't complete the rest of the quest. I didn't know you could just fix it by just being like, oh, if you forgot to talk to Greylight, go talk to Dryden. Because I thought they made it so you didn't talk to Dryden in each part, because Greylight obviously is there. That is cool to know that that is not how that works. Yeah. Ah, that makes sense. I don't think I have to help Willem.
Why does the duality have 3 pieces?
It's the duality of the duality, I guess.
You must be near one of the secret compartments. A faint breeze ruffles the pages of
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now. Greylight as just the shortcut. Again, I thought it was mandatory because ever since they added Greylight, I hadn't gone back and talked to Dryden, so I was just like, oh, that makes sense. You want nimble? Oh, those are good boots. Those are okay braces, but those are good boots. Damn. I've done this chain even recently. Oh, interesting. Okay, see, the things you learn when you come. See, I didn't even teach you that. Other people in chat taught some of you guys that. People learn something. Remember, you learn something new every day, and you always get to meet people who meet somebody who might not know something that you know.
A name is scrawled in blood on the book spines here. Belle Chameau. A trail of blood drops leads to this section of shells.
Oh, I don't have any AoE spells. Oh god. Here we go. These, one of these, kill this. Loot treasure.
Behind them lies a heavy metal.
So weird that like this one step won't let you run up it.
A faint voice whispers.
Your line says AT team? What is an AT team?
Follow its voice.
Answer people's questions, they expect you to answer more. That is correct, yep.
To the west, Greylight's voice calls out. Hello.
Is that like,
Is that you?
are you, oh, you're on the accounting and taxation team? Is that what AT stands for? And you might say, no, Stream Tom. I'm not on the accounting and taxation team. But that does sound accurate. With all the major guilds in the game. Oh, that's kind of cool. Nice. Congrats, dude. Said I wasn't sure if it was the accounting taxation team. The old spreadsheet, the balance. You gotta keep the spreadsheet balanced. Nope. Nope. Okay, go run. Or Ipsmilk PvP. This guy's a PvP god. The reason why I call that he's PvP god Ipsum is because, like, literally he's constantly PvPing. You guys think it's like, it's, you know, you're doing a cyberbully. Nah, this guy's PvP god, man. PvP god Ipsum. Telephone for making Asheron's calls. Amazing. Can you stop this and that? Thank you. Can you get... Thank you. Used to lead up to satisfying PvP? Yep. Yeah, it depends on what it is. Like I said, I've never been like a super competitive person, so I do like playing PvP games from like the perspective of like, you know, the games are fun, but like, I don't really need to win more than I lose. You know what I mean? As long as I get to enjoy it, I get to have a good time. So that's the dumbest thing I've ever said. No, I've said dumber things, but that's pretty close. But yeah, as long as like the game is fun, I don't really get too stressed about
streams?
it. You're never supposed to cross the streams. Maybe it's really fun.
A plaque upon the floor reads, "This sanctum in memory
Quick learning aspect of PvP? Oh, absolutely. Totally.
The topaz gate is raised.
Thing. Now, if a wizard gets off time stop first, he auto wins PvP, so maybe make a master.
Gerard's tomb reaches new frenzied heights.
Yeah, you just gotta put your. You just gotta be like, hey, sorry, buddy, I got a lesson for you. And you just delete him from the universe.
You will have to find a way to raise it. A plaque on the floor reads, Sheras Dryden, guard captain and...
I wasn't crazy competitive in League of Legends. I think that's actually one of the reasons why it drove me away from the game a lot. Is because I would play with people that were like competitive but not great. And I wasn't the best player ever. But like I said, I was like a diamond player back in my day. I was not the best player, but I definitely was like not the worst. But like I was mostly a support and jungle player, and also I didn't need to win every game. I just enjoyed playing the game and playing the heroes and stuff. And so then what happens is you play the game with people who are more competitive, but are not as good. And so then they have this expectation that because you are good, that you are going to win the game for them. Right? It's like, well, you're really good, so you're going to win the game. And then they get mad when you don't win the game for them because you were like just enjoying yourself. So yeah. Man, I was just playing the thing, man. Oop. Game's not balanced around it. That's what I was talking about before. If you want to get PvP and you want at GG or not GGG at Stone Games, you want Stone Games to pay attention to your PvP ideas. Come up with your own PvP ideas in terms of like something that might work, and then try to institute it and see how it goes.
On the floor reads, herein lies Lombric Dryden, bishop and defender of the faith.
Match, you weren't part of the group yet? I have no idea anything about that. His prestige strangers haven't had time. Yeah, that's always the thing that happens, I find, with pretty much every video game out there. Especially if you play like anything that's like seasonal, and I guess every video game now is friggin' seasonal. Is you're like, oh man, I can't wait to do it. I've been doing this other thing, and I can't wait to do that, but I'm doing this other thing. But it used to be like, you know, you get distracted doing like other tasks. Like it was like, oh yeah, I have so many other activities. But now for me, it's just like, oh, I can't play this video game because I got this video game to play because I got to play this video game, but I can't play this video game because I got this video game. Ugh. Okay, do this. Okay, we're good. Lower Cathedral with all haste. Yay!
Grey Knight enters the room. The holy flame before you holds the darkness at bay.
Whoop.
For now, your right is the
Alright, let's get this prep here.
show that a battle
So I'm like kind of distracted because my D&D game is soon, and so my brain is like thinking about other stuff a little bit. You ever that thing where you're like multitasking, but the end result is you just do both tasks poorly? That's like my preferred type of multitasking.
the power, the duality pulses in the air.
Like this morning, I was basically just doing like a ton of video editing, and so I was like, I can't do anything else because I need to do this task. I need to focus.
Main altar lies
I'm going to do both
sealed
poorly.
in a cloud of deep darkness. Shadowy forms linger at the edges of the room. They seem dormant for now.
You just have to other people do your stuff. So other tasking is a good way.
The altar of the avenging maiden stands before you.
It's a good way to do it. I think that other tasking is like the pro gamer strategy where you just like delegate. Management, baby. What's that? We have to get this thing done? Well, congratulations. You have to get this thing done. I'm going to lunch. Catch you later. Just kind of space out and let other people take care of your problems for you. magical. That's to be fair, a lot of people are very good at that form of multitasking. You know, it's like whenever you're running a coalescence chamber, and then you have a whole bunch of people who just like climb up the tower and just wait at the end door for you to do the majority of the quest. They're very good at it. Just hanging out, waiting for somebody else to get the thing done.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Yo, what's
Been
up?
working on some jokes about carpentry that would work. I think I have nailed it, but unfortunately nobody saw it. I read in the newspaper that 3 tons of hair was stolen from a wig factory. Reporters claim that police are combing the area. Finally, I am investing in a chain of Elvis-themed steak restaurants. It will be for people who love meat tender.
So I don't get the last one. I actually just entirely miss it. Hold on, let me think about it. I love meat tender. Nope, it's over my head. If this is a reference to a piece of Elvis Presley music, I don't know. It's over my head. Love Me Tender was the song? Oh. Oh. You know, I mean, you know, Elvis is, you know, he's a musician, and, you know how it is. You know, music. You know what I'm saying? Music. Yeah. Yeah, you guys know what I'm saying. I don't know anything about Elvis Presley. I was kind of tempted to watch, there was that Elvis Presley biopic, and then I never watched it, and I got distracted. You Zoomers don't? Yeah, like well, I don't know about that. I think that, you know, there's a fair amount of people that know a lot of older music. I just haven't really taken the interest in it. You know, the classics, as it were. Wait, on hard mode, there's only 2 white priests? Amazing. I didn't realize that was going to be that different. Well, on the upside, this character's getting a lot of favor now. So that's kind of cool. Because I kind of have to do everything to level up. I love that. Alright, there we go. Here we go. Death. No, I want to go this way. I think. I can't remember which way you start in here. It's been a while since I've done Catacombs. I used to do Catacombs all the time in the early levels. I haven't done it as often. I've been mostly doing the Gatekeeper chain. It's like, do you do Catacombs or do you do Gatekeepers? I kind of do prefer Catacombs. The main problem with Catacombs is, like, I kind of like Catacombs on Spellcasters, you know, because you can just kind of, like, spellcast the monsters away. But with melee, it's just annoying to fight your way through monsters with lots of hit points that can't be critically hit. We're trying 1 to 30 in Reaper mode again? Well, Hardcore League is over in 14 days, so probably not soon, but I don't know. I'm not sure exactly when I want to do something like that. I haven't made a decision yet. It's probably a good idea so I can get a character to die again. But I think I might have to come up with a new build. And I just out of nowhere decided I want to finish Solo Guided Caster all the way to Cap. Because it's pretty straightforward and it makes good YouTube content for the next month. So that's also good. So yeah, I haven't made a hard decision on that yet. And I have to make the decision soon because Hardcore League is ending. So it's you know, one of those pivotal problems. Also, man, the heat is causing like brain fatigue right now. All I feel is like heat radiating up around and all over my body. It is warm here. Let's just say that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is warm. Need more water.
And the clank of armor. Something terrible.
Okay, we're good. Gotta refresh. Gear farming is annoying. It definitely can be. Yeah. I was trying to, like, every day over the past week, I've been logging in to check, see if... Ooh, Robo-Duality. I've been logging in to check to see if there's, like, groups that are doing Reaper mode and stuff. And there's been more, like... There's been more gear farming groups up and not so many, like, actual in-game Reaper groups. Although these guys are on R2. Look at that. Giant Hold R2. Hopefully no one dies there. There hasn't been a lot of deaths in the past, like, little while, so... which is also nice.
Snaps out of her stupor. Listen, she commands.
Yeah, solo gear farming is definitely an uphill battle.
I can't stop him. Marguerite screams as her body is absorbed into the shadowy form, which is looking more so by the second. A cold red.
Okay. Okay, and we go here. We're good. Why did I fight that? I guess it's 10k XP. It's pretty good.
Faint, unearthly shine.
You finish your Reapers, wasn't playing anything, did like 40k Reaper XP? I mean, that might be a doable thing. Like I said, I'm not done running Reapers over the season, and helping some people get closer to their goals, so I'll probably continue to do some more Reapers as we go throughout the day here. Try to do some during the day, and then also some during the evening, so that way people that are in North America time or Europe time can still also get in and get their Reaper through. Okay. There's no gray light here, right? So it's just this one, and then I have to go up to Dryden, and then I have to come back. I'll need to get a strength item at some point. I had a pair of bracers that gave constitution and strength, and I was kind of hoping to use that in the interim, but meh. You have some time? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll definitely hit you up when we're gonna do it. Are the verbal kanama of Keen worth anything? It's a reasonable weapon. The problem with Kamas is that you're limited to the monk class that can equip it into their main hand weapon slot. So there's that problem A. And then also problem B is that a Keen Kama is still not very good. The Vorpal part is pretty nice. If it wasn't level 8, maybe. And maybe it's good for like a dual wielding Kama monk, but the odds of that are so rare. Like compare that if that was like a longsword. Longsword. You guys and your puns, pulling all strands. It's just something maybe, yeah. To be fair, though, that's not necessarily a bad item. It's just a very niche item. You need to be in the market for that particular thing. Like, it's not like somebody's going to find value in it. It's like, that's the kind of thing where you go, you know what, this is rare, and it has value. It's not enough for like everyone to see it and want it. So you might make the decision yourself and be like, you know what, actually, I can do something good with this. You know what I mean? Also, because these guys spawn inside the circle, they don't take damage from them, which is annoying. So, note to self, put the circle a little bit further back. Archer die. So we do that. Because he didn't condition it. Amazing. Oh, amazing. There's Ninja Spy was a good tree. There's a universe where that's true. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a monk archetype that is like weapon adjacent and they revamp Ninja Spy at the same time. That'd be kind of cool. It's definitely like, you know, something that is overdue. Let's just say that. Ninja Spy is something that could use some sprucing up. Make it beautiful. It's not like you can't play the game with Ninja Spy, importantly. It's not like Ninja Spy is so bad it's unusable. It's just definitely way worse than the other two monk trees. In very easy to verify ways. That's the main problem. That it's a lot worse than the other options, or than the alternatives. And it's easy to verify that it's a lot worse than the alternatives. Which is usually not what you want. Grenade monk. I mean, I will say another problem with the tree is the fact that everything is wisdom. So you have like the stun grenades, which are like kind of cool. You have like the flashbang and stuff, which is just a great idea for like, you know, something in that class. You know, a character like a monk who has like their bag of tricks of sorts. I mean, hell, isn't Batman supposed to be a monk or something? So like, that sounds like a cool concept. I actually don't hate it. But then again, you have, where were those guys going? But because it all scales off of wisdom, and you don't really want to use wisdom with that tree, it gets a little bit tougher to justify. If it was like best of dex or wisdom in the tree, oh my god, what a world. The tier 5s are also very bad. Yeah. It's a whole heap and helping of coordinated different problems. Errol Flynn? Yeah, man. Totally. Like, where's the archer? There's something here. I just don't know what. Or where. Hey, what's up, Greylight? It was Thaddeus Greylight all along! You an interesting picture? Okay. We'll take a look at it in a minute here. What's that? Oh, the Sabretooth? Yeah. We were on the preview for the Panther. When they were like previewing the Panther on Lemania. For like the last update. We were looking at that and posting it online, and SSG was like, "Oh, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't know what this is." Known glitch? Yeah. It's been known for a while. The old Sabretooth. Just like horses, they basically built out the Sabretooth tiger as the mount, and then the Panther is what they're selling on top of it. Which the speculation is that the reason why the Sabretooth tiger is in the game is because they were probably going to put the Sabretooth tiger in the game at some point, along with Isle of Dread, which on the Isle of Dread art for the actual expansion, there's a guy riding a Sabretooth tiger. And then you can actually ride the Sabretooth tiger. However, that never ended up happening. So again, speculation is that, you know, since they had it but they didn't have an opportunity to sell it or merchandise it, they decided to go with the Underdark set because they maybe were already working on like an armor set or some other type of piece that could go along with it. Oh, I'm done. Nice. We're done. I'm going to say defense scroll, you do no Death Aura, no UMD check for Cleric, but I cannot figure a way to get Death Aura on a Cleric. Clerics don't get Death Aura. You don't get Death Aura because instead you just get the Inflict spells, which heal for more than Death Aura anyway. The reason why you need Death Aura on a Wizard is because you don't get the Inflict spells, but because you have the Inflict spells, you don't need Death Aura. Because the Inflict spells are more like direct healing, so you can press a button and you get the health right away, which is way better than the Wizard alternative, which is you cast a spell and you're just waiting for your health to come back. A lot of people do like passive healing, so obviously, you know, you could multi-class if you want. It's a bad idea, but you could do it. Power Stash, thank you. Oh, sorry, I picked this up. What does this do? It's like marginally better than my weapon. Then I lose the Insightful Impulse. So I don't really want to get it. So many items. Oh, this cloak is good. Kind of like it. I like that too. So many docents. Oh my gosh, so many items. Been the idea, but not before the scroll got modified. What? No, it says no UMD check because clerics don't get the spell. That's why it says no UMD check. No UMD check means you don't get the spell. There's... Oh, I guess I don't have a Death Aura spell. But yeah. Oh, wait. Sorry, hold on. I thought maybe I'm getting confused. No. You guys are right. It has Cleric in it? It actually has Cleric. It says no UMD check for Wizard, Sorcerer, and Cleric? If the scroll has Cleric listed, that's very interesting. But I wouldn't have imagined that would be the case. But what I can imagine would be the case is disappointment. You know what's disappointing? The end of the live stream. Hey, everybody. It's going to be the end of the live stream here today because I have to go. I have my D&D campaign running in 1 minute. So we'll be back tomorrow with some more fun Dungeons & Dragons online content. If you like what you saw, make sure you follow the channel, consider subscribing, so that way you get access to the first and most premiere of all of Streamtime's content all the time. Let's say you missed some of the stream and you're like, man, I need some more content, but I feel like I missed some of it. Did you know you can actually catch all of the old live streams on my VODs channel on YouTube? It's organized by game types. You don't have to think about what it is. There's just a specific playlist that you can go through and see all of it. Exclamation point VODs. Get access to the VODs channel if you want to see it. And with that being said, that's all I have for you today. Buy a shirt, drink some Rogue, and have yourself a nice entire day. I hope you're all doing good, and I appreciate it. Slap the pick in chat. Oh, sick. In, where? In the Discord? Stream chat? It does say Cleric 7. I think you're right. I think that's probably what it means. Is they probably wanted to put it into Dark Apostate, and then, like, changed their mind and didn't. That, or, so that's probably what happened. Or alternatively, there's the possibility that they wanted it to add it on the Cleric spell list, but it didn't get added. That's a great question. With this, thank you for sending me this picture, because I'm going to use it. I'll probably ask that question to the devs or whatever next time I get the chance, and be like, hey, what's going on with this? Huh? What's this? What's up with this? That is a great question. They might just be like, whoops, and then they'll take the Cleric off of that. Should be so funny. It's the worst option for everybody. But yeah, I gotta bounce. So thank you all for watching. Have a good night, and eat your vegetables, brush your teeth, and don't drive on the wrong side of the road. Bye bye.